All of us want cleaner water, healthier wildlife, and an improved environment.
Now there's a way to accomplish all three without leaving your yard. It's called a rain garden. In this edition of Nature at Home, we'll find out how this inexpensive, low-maintenance landscape technique can enhance the beauty of your property while protecting the environment at the same time. Rain. It's been falling on Mother Earth for millions of years, feeding life with tiny drops of water that soak down through the earth into aquifers and groundwater reservoirs, eventually making their way back to the surface, flowing from springs to streams and rivers, only to be pulled back to the heavens to fall once again.
Water is recycled over and over. This planet has as much water as it's ever going to get, and we need to take care of the water that we have available for our use and for wildlife use, and we need to keep as much of it as clean as possible.
But what happens when roofs and roads and parking lots come between the rain and Mother Earth? Unable to penetrate these man-made barriers, the raindrops become storm water runoff, rushing into streams and rivers, carrying pollution with it.
As it hits your roof and goes into your gutter and flows out into the yard, whatever was on your roof or whatever was in your yard, all of that is in the water, eventually goes to a storm drain. It works its way back to the streams.
Everybody contributes to the problem of stormwater runoff. So that means that everybody needs to contribute to the solution.
Building a rain garden is a great way to contribute to the solution.
A rain garden is essentially a basin, a depression in the ground that is landscaped. The water that comes into the basin will stay there for the period of about a day and a half, and it will slowly seep into the ground.
Absorbing about 30% more water than a comparably sized section of conventional turf lawn, rain gardens can be as big or as small as you want them to be. Place them in an area where water naturally runs across the ground. Just off of gutter downspouts are usually great locations, but make sure you stay 20 to 25 feet away from your house foundation.
You can have one at the end of every gutter, or you can have one towards the end of your yard where several gutters drain.
And when you pick plants, you're better off going native.
Native plants in Tennessee are more adapted to our climate, more adapted to our rainfall, more adapted to the extremes of water.
A lot of your native perennials will reseed, and you want that rain garden to be as lush as possible. You know, the first year you plant it, it's not going to be, but you know, the years after, it's going to fill in, and it's going to fill in because, yes, some of the plants will get bigger, but they're going to reseed, and they're going to fill in all those bare spots. You won't have to go in and mulch it. It's going to be low maintenance.
Swamp dogwoods, asters, swamp rose, lobelia, yellow twig dogwoods, and black-eyed Susans are just a few of the many native plant options for Tennessee rain gardens.
If you fish and if you swim and if you recreate in the water, this is something that you can do to promote cleaner water.
It's all about everything working together. It's about thinking of the whole picture when we're planning a landscape in our own backyard.
One little rain garden might seem insignificant, but if I've got one and you've got one and your neighbor's got one, then we can really make an impact. So make a personal contribution to cleaner water and a better tomorrow. Plant a rain garden. It's just another way we can all enjoy nature at home.
It's Alex from the Stormwater Department, back with another fun new program for the citizens of LaVergne. We're going to be partnering with the Cumberland River Compact to bring rain gardens to qualifying citizens of LaVergne. Have you ever heard of a rain garden? A rain garden is an area vegetated with native plants in a depression of your yard that collects and stores stormwater runoff so that it has time to soak into the ground before overwhelming our stormwater sewer systems and causing flooding. They also help to filter out pollutants by filtering stormwater runoff through the garden before entering the stormwater sewer system, which connects directly to our creeks and streams. This is becoming more and more important as we change our natural lands into impervious surfaces like parking lots and roads, which speeds up stormwater runoff and increases the amount of pollution in our water. It is important to remember that the water must already be able to drain, or else the rain garden won't be able to do its job. For example, rain gardens typically don't work for standing water like this, mostly because the water has nowhere to go and it will drown the plants. Rain gardens are great for homes that have downspouts with a lot of quick water moving through them that can be slowed down before it reaches a ditch line or a storm drain. Or just yards with a lot of moving water over the grass and draining towards a ditch or storm drain. In addition to slowing stormwater runoff and potentially reducing localized ponding, rain gardens can also benefit your yard by adding beautiful wildlife, attractive native plants and pollinators like butterflies and bees. If you qualify for a rain garden, supervised volunteers will help set up the planting space and help you get all of the plants in the ground. You also will receive all the plants that you need for your garden for free as part of the program. If a rain garden sounds like something you would want in your yard, sign up for a consultation today with the Cumberland River Compact Rain Garden experts using this link. See you guys later. Hi everybody, my name's Alex and I'm the Stormwater Coordinator for the City of LaVergne. Now, you may have heard some horror stories about living close to a stream bed that sounds kind of like this. Someone buys a property next to a stream because it's beautiful and they enjoy having nature close to them. And then the water starts to erode away at the stream side and they start losing the land that they loved. This can be frustrating as a homeowner and sometimes dangerous and scary if it approaches your home. But there is a way to prevent this loss of land on your property. The best way to prevent loss of land is to use a process called vegetated stream bank stabilization. And this is the use of multiple different types of plants to help stabilize the soil through roots and depth that will prevent erosion from happening when the water hits the land. This works because as plants grow, their roots reach deeper and deeper and hold the soil in place. This works best if you have multiple different types of plants along your stream bank. That way, you have multiple different types and depths of roots in your soil. The absolute best type of plants that you can plant in Tennessee are plants that are native. Native plants are much better at combating weeds and they tend to have deeper roots. They also are better at living in our soils and respond better to Tennessee's climate. This means less maintenance for you. The most important part is that they can be absolutely beautiful along your stream side. When creating streamside vegetation, there are several different sections of plants that you want to create. You'll need plants from each of these different categories: canopy, understory, shrubs, and grasses. Canopy is made up of tall trees like willows and oaks. These help to keep the stream shaded and keep water cool, as well as provide habitat for animals in the area. Understory and shrubs and shorter plants like hydrangea and winterberry are beautiful, but they also give the ground root support, habitat for animals, and they're short enough that you can keep your view of the stream in your backyard. Grasses and sedges are also really important. They provide deep root stabilization along the stream's edge. They're better at living in deep soil and help keep your bank in the same place. Now, your next question is probably, why should I do this? What do I get from creating a more stable stream side? Well, the answer is there are tons of benefits to creating a stable stream side. 1. You lessen the risk of losing land to water flow. Vegetation will help you keep your land right where it was when you purchased the property. 2. You'll create habitat for critters in your backyard. Once you plant trees and flowering plants, you'll notice more wildlife like birds and butterflies in your backyard. And 3, revegetating your stream bank can make your stream look even more beautiful than it did before. By adding flowering plants and beautiful trees, your stream bank will get a beautiful facelift. If this sounds interesting to you, I have great news. The City of LaVergne is hosting a program called Revegetate Your Streamside, where it will be providing all of the plants that you need to help transform your eroding streamside into something strong, stable, and beautiful. We will complete a consultation of your property to help determine if vegetating your stream bank is the right fit for your property. You may already have sufficient vegetation, or you may decide you don't want to change the landscape along your stream. We'll help decide what steps need to be taken before you can vegetate. Is there invasive vegetation that needs to be removed? Does the bank need to be altered to allow for planting? And we'll decide how much space you have for planting and how many plants you would need to stabilize your bank. You'll need a mixture of different plants, so we need to make sure you have the right mix. If you want to learn more, visit us at LaVergne37086 to get more information and to sign up for a consultation.
Animals are here for us today. Oh, he's gonna be great. Oh, it's gonna be so much fun. But reading Foreman, did you know summer reading's almost over?
Already?
I know, we just started, it seemed like.
Wow.
But we have all next week. You can keep reading books and getting prizes, or listening to books. You can listen to books too and get prizes. Now, what's our last day of summer reading? Do you remember? Oh, maybe she.
29?
Yes, you got it. Yay, you. The 29th is our last day of summer reading. That's our last day. You can check out books that count as a prize, and then you have 2 weeks after that to pick up your prizes. We still got a lot of prizes, don't we? We
Yes,
want
we
to
do.
have boys and girls come and get all these prizes they've earned. Do you know anything else, Reading Foreman? That's it? Oh, okay.
I
Well,
know very little today.
all right. Well, let's get started.
Okay.
Do you know his name? Do you know our special guest's name
Yes, we
today?
have Mr. Bob Tarter here with us
With
today.
NHECM. He's going to put on a great show. I know he is. But we cannot holler our slogan today, can we?
No. You guys know why we can't holler it today?
Because the animals could get like.
Because we don't want the animals going crazy. That's right. No crazy animals today. So we are going to whisper our slogan, build a better world. Because we are building a better world all summer. So let's do that on the count of 3. Build a better world and whisper. 1, 2, 3. Build a better world. Yay. Mr. Bob Tarter.
Thank you. Good morning. Very good. My name is Bob Tarter. I'm with NHECM. If you have ever remembered seeing a wildlife program with me before, raise your hand, please. Good. We like repeats. Hands down. If you have ever seen me give a wildlife program, you know we'll have a good time. You do not believe me? You can ask me. I'll tell you all about it. Now, whenever we have a wildlife program, it doesn't matter if there's 3 people or 1,000. Whenever we have a wildlife program, there are 3 rules you all need to follow. Now, I have to tell you, 2016 was a very important calendar year for me and my company. I actually now travel to over 10 states. Bless you. We now visit all the way down to Natchitoches, Louisiana. It is spelled Natchitoches for those people that don't know how to talk. Earlier this week, I was in High Point, North Carolina. Now, we are doing about 250 schools during the school year. During the summer of the last week in May, June, and July, I have myself and other programmers running around. We do another 200 programs during June and July. Now, with that, we're going to have a lot of fun, and there's always a lot of vocabulary. Now, it doesn't matter if there's 3 people or 1,000. Last year, with the nationwide Harry Potter Day at the Clarksville, Tennessee Public Library, they had me conduct a Care of Magical Creatures program. I brought a hedgehog, a legless lizard, a Burmese python, and the eagle owl. 1,487 people showed up for one event. I did not charge nearly enough for that one. They want me back. I want $5 a head. We also did the lowest attended program ever conducted, and that was at the Luxora, Arkansas Public Library. 3 people showed up, and 2 of them were the librarians working that day. They actually closed that branch now. But whenever we have a program, doesn't matter if there's 3 people or 1,000, there are 3 rules, and most of you are doing good. Rule 1, I want your bottoms all the way on your carpet, sitting crisscross applesauce, hands in your laps. If you can see my hands, you'll see these animals. Do not worry, I drink a lot of tea. I'm going to be walking around the entire time. While I'm walking around with these animals in my hands, I can watch my feet. If you have your hand or your foot in the aisle and I step on it, it's not going to feel good. I'm a big fat guy. Be careful, it starts on your 30s. So rule 1, stay seated, stay quiet. Rule 2, do you think there's anything interesting with me today? Yes, that means you're going to have questions. Questions are great. Questions I will learn. Rule 2 states we save our questions for the end of the program. We go over them as a group. Rule 2 is everyone's favorite because Rule 2 means you get to hang out longer with me. So save your questions. We will go over them at the end. Rule 3, I want to see how smart y'all are. I'll be asking you questions. If you have an answer to one of my questions, I want you to raise your hand. You don't want to holler out the answers. We don't want to scare these animals. Now these are 3 simple, easy rules. Stay seated, stay quiet, save your questions. If you have an answer to one of mine, you can raise your hand. Everyone that wants to stay here, see the animals, and follow my 3 rules, raise your hand, please. Good. Hands down. Does anybody want to break the rules, make me upset, and be told to leave? No, we don't want to do that. That'd be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Parents, grandparents, caregivers, thank you very much for bringing yourselves and your little ones here for our wildlife program. Please feel free to take as many pictures you like during the program, but this is now time to silence and vibrate your phone. If your phone goes off while I'm talking, you will be volunteer for stuff you do not want to be a part of. Most importantly, in the social happy media world we live in, you can post any pictures of me and my animals on whatever social media page you choose to. I just do ask you to be aware who is in the background of these photos. Some parents do not want their child in your social media page. You need to respect that. Conversely, you have to understand you are here in a public building. You're at the public library. We'll be taking pictures today. You may end up on the library's Facebook page. You may end up in the newspaper. If you do not want this, tough, deal with it. Seriously, people are now beginning to complain to me about the way their hair looked on Facebook. I don't care. Now, how many of you can tell me by raise your hand, what is the theme to your summer reading program this year? What is the theme? Go. Very good. Build a better world. Now, the Build a Better World can be in many different ways. One of the things I like to do to build a better world is I hate seeing trash on the ground. Whenever I'm walking around, I always pick up the trash. That's why my pockets are always filthy. Because I like to throw things away. Building a better world could be something as living more healthy, making good life decisions, or it could be literally physically building things to help our family out and help our own kind out. Now, the animal lineup that we have with us today is called the Desert Dwellers. This is a program that is going to have animals living in communities in the desert. Now, if you were here with Miss Shauna, she brought you the animals that live in a rainforest. A rainforest can rain almost every day, but a desert is going to be very little precipitation. It has nothing to do with temperature, though. 78% of Antarctica is actually a desert, even though the temperatures don't get above freezing, there's snow on the ground. Very little annual precipitation. Now, as always, I'm going to use a lot of vocabulary, mouths closed, ears open. Save your questions. If you haven't answered one of mine, you can raise your hand. This first animal we're going to get out today is special because he's been in my collection for over 3.5 years, and I've never seen him drink water, ever. He doesn't even have a water dish in his enclosure. This creature has a very odd-sounding name. This is the Egyptian Uromastyx. That is spelled U-R-O-M-A-S-T-Y-X. We call him Euro for short. Now, everything in the wild has a job they're supposed to do. There's a term for this. Open ears, new word, niche. Say it, please. Niche. And when you look at this animal, you can theorize their niche or the job. The first thing I always like to look at is an animal's eyes. And this guy here has very weird, red, demon-colored looking eyeballs. But when he looks at you, can you see his eyeballs are on the sides of his head? That's telling you this animal is not using depth perception to find his food, meaning his food is not going to run away from him. But he's looking around, trying to make sure that he doesn't become someone's food. Now, do plants get up and run away from you? No. So this animal here is going to be a consumer of only plant material. Plant eater's good. Who can give me that better term? What do we call the consumer that eats only plant material? Go. Help them out. Very good. Herbivore. Say it, please. Herbivores are consumers that eat only plant material and meat. When you think about vegetarian and vegans, those are confused people, and I've never met one I like. I think they're all a little crazy. Now, this animal here is an herbivore, meaning he eats only plant material. He is found in the Middle East and the Sahara Sudan deserts of Africa. And that's going to be important because he's built to survive in that desert. He has a very long body that is wide, but he's also very flat. And that flat body is going to help him survive. Now, besides being an herbivore, he is also different from us. Take 2 fingers, touch the skin on your neck. Are you warm or cold? Warm. We're a warm-blooded creature. Borrow your hand. Warm or cold? Cold. Cold. He is a cold-blooded creature, meaning he's only going to be as warm as the environment around allows. The warmer he is, the faster he can move, the more food he can eat. Every time a cold-blooded creature raises their body temperature up 10 degrees, they get to digest 4 times more food. This guy right now is about 7 degrees Fahrenheit. When he's as happy as he is at home in his enclosure, he will be right underneath the basking light and he will be 150 degrees Fahrenheit for 12 hours during the day. If you're 150 degrees for 12 hours, you're going to be a piece of jerky and dead. Where this animal's actually very happy with it. The warmer he is, the faster he moves, the more food he can eat. Every time a cold-blooded creature raises their body temperature up 10 degrees, they get to digest 4 times more food. Think about this with yourself. If you were a cold-blooded animal and you ate 3 meals a day in the middle of winter, come summertime when you're running around outside, your body temperature's over 100 degrees, you'd have to eat 164 meals in one day. 1.75 million calories in a 24-hour period. What would you eat? Chocolate, cheesecake, ice cream? I'm more bonus ribeye, bell peppers kind of guy. Now, what you gotta understand, this guy, when he wakes up in the morning, the first thing he's gonna do is he's gonna pop his head out of wherever he spent the night. And the warm solar radiation will start warming up that throat. And that sunlight will warm up his throat. And then he will use his circulatory system, his heart, his arteries, and vein, to start pumping that pre-warm blood around his body. And then he'll have enough energy to climb all the way out of where he spent the night and sit in the full sun. And sitting in that full sun, he will warm up his body to 150 degrees. And then he'll start roaming around looking for food to eat. Now, these chubby cheeks right here are important because this animal lives in a very dry environment, the desert, and the desert plants are going to be much thicker cell walled than our plants here. So those chubby cheeks are actually full of muscles. You can even see he's got a serrated lip edge to it because the plants in the desert are going to be much tougher to be able to keep that moisture in their body. Now, as a warm-blooded animal, when we get hot, we sweat. Now, I know ladies don't sweat, but you glow, glisten, spritz, sparkle, shimmer, shine. You're taking that fluid from the inside of your body and over your skin. Feel that? No moisture is leaving that area right there. Reminds me of like pleather. Now, in the afternoon, the desert sands can actually get too hot, and they can reach up to 225, 250 degrees. They'll climb back in underneath that ground again, underneath that burrow. These front limbs here will dig the hole even farther. Any predator that comes up behind him gets a face full of this medieval mace-like tail. And that tail's used as a weapon to smack things that he doesn't want to have. You're okay, I was getting her in the back. What you gotta think of here, this animal's tail, bring your finger down, feels kind of nice. Go up, sometimes he thinks he's a cat, he's the weirdest thing. That tail right there is used as a weapon. There was one day in the fall of the year, he was in his enclosure. He didn't know it was me, his eyes were closed, but I reached in and grabbed him by the midsection. He smacked me so hard, so fast with his tail, looked like I took a cheese grater across my arm 6 times. I was dripping blood from that. Now, classroom household pet, the Euromastic, will do very well, survives on a diet of dried black-eyed peas and kale. If you've ever had a dried black-eyed pea that hasn't been soaked properly, you chew it, you can crack a tooth. When he eats it, it sounds like he's crunching ice. Those powerful jaw muscles do it. A little bit of moisture he needs to survive on, this animal gets from that green leafy kale in our diet for us. Now, this is our herbivore. Say it again. Herbivore. You can always look at an animal's anatomy and theorize their niche, that job in the wild forest. Now, there are smaller herbivorous lizards. There are other Euromastics that will actually be more brightly colored. And these animals are going to be blending into the background of the deserts that they live in for us. Now, we're going to go ahead and put him up. Euromastic is actually a pretty nice, easy pet. We're going to get out the next animal. The next animal here has a different niche and a different anatomy for us. This next animal is a creature that eats only other animals. Meat eater's good. Who can give me that better term? You got the last one. You're doing good, though. Help him out. Go.
Consumer.
No. What do we call the consumer that eats only meat, only other animals?
Carnivore.
Very good. Carnivore. Say it, please.
Carnivore.
Now, if I get out of carnivore, do you all need to act properly? Yes. Now, what you got to remember, like I said, I now own and operate my company. I've had my company about 15 years. I do about 500 programs annually. Now, what you have to think about, the cool thing about my job, if I find an animal I want, I pretty much just buy it, make up a program with it. Now, it is illegal in the state of Tennessee to have a venomous snake in captivity. You have to remember I married my attorney, and I brought a venomous lizard. The bubble. Now, what you got to think of here, you can raise your hand and identify him. What is this, hon?
I was watching a lot of shows about those.
And what is it called?
I forgot what it's called.
Okay, help me out. What's his name? Very good. Catch a bubble, buddy. This is the Gila monster. This is one of 2 venomous lizards we have in North America. Now, look at the anatomy again. We have a very long-bodied lizard that is wide but flat. The key difference is when he looks at you, you see his eyeballs are closer to the front part of his head. That means he's using his eyesight to judge distance. You got to be able to look at the target with both eyes to be able to judge the distance for you. Animals that have their eyes on the side of the head are not judging distance because they're making sure they're not going to become someone's food. The other cool thing about this animal, you see how he's already sticking out his tongue? You see with your eyes, you hear with your ears, you smell with your nose, you touch with your skin. What sense do we use our tongue for? What do we use our tongue for? Taste. This animal here is tasting the air, looking for food, looking for predators. Try and experiment with me. Underneath the black tablecloth, I brought a surprise. Stick your tongue out at it. Can y'all taste the chocolate chip cookies I brought for you? No, I didn't bring it. It's a joke. Your tongue doesn't work like that. You don't get a cookie. This animal here takes his tongue, flicks it through the ear, where he then pulls that scintillated particle tongue to the inside of their body. Once it's on the inside of their body, there's a hole in the roof of the mouth. Feel like a brand new basketball or beads? Which one do you feel?
Basketball.
I grew up on a farm. I think it feels like Indian corn that dried on the cob. Again, a very thick hide that's keeping that moisture in his body. Now, when you see a brightly colored, slow-moving animal that is not afraid of you, that is Mother Nature telling you not to mess with it. This creature is venomous. Sit on your bottom legs, you're doing good. Venomous is something that gets injected into your body. Poison is something that is ingested in your body. There's a difference for that. Now, this brightly colored carnivore will be found in the desert Southwest, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona. And he will be walking around tasting the air. And if he tastes the air and finds a ground-dwelling nest, most of your desert animals are going to be nesting on the ground because there's very few trees in the desert. So this guy here will be walking around tasting the air. And if he tastes, it could be a roadrunner, a quail, or even a jackrabbit. This animal will walk all the way up to that nest. And the parents protecting that nest will see this brightly colored, slow-moving carnivore that is venomous and go, you know, we can always make new babies next year. And the parents will abandon the nest. And this animal will go in eating all of the eggs, all of the babies in that nest. They then will convert all the calories from that food that they've just eaten into fat, storing it in that tail. Squeeze it. Feels like a sausage, doesn't it? It's really weird. This animal here may only eat a week or two in the spring and survive 50 weeks on the fat deposits in this tail alone. That's usually the point of the program where these elementary teachers say inappropriate things about their fat deposits in their tail. It makes a married man like me uncomfortable. Now, what these little guys will do is they will be just roaming around, tasting the air, find that food. A very thick hide again, keeping that precious moisture in their body. Remember, venom is something injected, poison is something that is ingested in you. Now, this animal is different. When he gets ready to bite a predator or prey, he moves very slowly. A venomous snake has a very quick strike, stabbing it into it. Where this guy here doesn't do anything in a hurry. When this animal gets ready to bite, he moves very slowly. If you can't get yourself out of the way of it, you deserve to get bit by it. Now, the teeth on the lower jaw in this animal are actually hollow, biting into it. Now, for you to understand how this works, on your bottom crisscross, son, you have to take some chemistry for me. When I was a little bitty kid, I'd always look at the tallest tree and wonder, how does water go from the ground all the way up in the top of the tree? In your body, you have your heart, which is your pump, and your arteries and your veins. Relax, I'll tell you when the panic is going to get a lot worse. She's trying to use you as a shield. Now, in that tree, we have xylem and phloem. And what they are doing is the xylem and phloem are moving the sap and the water around. And that's going to be the cool part of this. Water likes to touch itself as well as touch other things. Adhesion and cohesion. Catch a bubble. Now, what do you got to understand? Water will touch itself, and that's how these animals will get that venom into it. The teeth on the lower jaw are hollow, and what they will do is they will bite into a predator prey. Using the capillary action of water, the venom will leach from those glands through the teeth up into that predator or prey. Now, you got to understand, when I was a little bitty kid, I saw a very cool experiment with these animals and their venom. Probably explains why I'm so weird and have a career like this. They took a 3-quart container of fresh horse blood. They dropped in 5 drops of venom. They waited 90 seconds. They then flipped the beaker over, and the blood slid out like a solid jello mold. You know that cranberry sauce you serve at Thanksgiving and Christmas with your turkey that you got to slice to serve? That's what this animal's venom can do to your blood. Now, if I make a mistake and get myself or a library patron bitten by this venomous animal, am I going to die? No. You may shoot me, but I'm not going to die from this. This animal's venom isn't going to kill me. If I get bit in the hand here and the venom leaches into my finger, the blood in my finger will clot, turn to pudding, and what they will do is then the tissue will die, my finger will turn black, and eventually it'll fall off. The entire time this is happening, I'm uncomfortable, but it is not going to kill me. Listen, buddy. Now, what you got to think about this animal's venom could very well be used in our everyday lives right here. Raise your hand if any of you know somebody with diabetes. Good. Hands down. Type 2 diabetes medication that's on the market is actually synthesized from Gila monster and beaded lizard venom. The venom has a coagulating property that can actually help balance people's blood sugars. We also have battlefield dressings for a soldier. If a soldier gets injured in the battlefield and they're bleeding out and you cannot put a tourniquet on it, they now have a bandage. You can slap it on, clotting the blood, saving lives. Now, would the Gila monster make a good classroom or library pet? No, but I've been talking with Miss Cripps here. We've got a nice idea. Parents, if we continue to have problems with overdue library books and damaged books and fines, I have a spare 200-pound Burmese python. We're going to put a snake box in the children's department. If you have a fine, you go in the box until you pay it. That one will leave you a blank check. I'll trust you on that. Now, this is our carnivore. Say it again. Carnivore. Consuming only other animals. He's a very nice creature. I really like him. Now, we're going to put him up. But remember, brightly colored, slow-moving creatures will give you the warning that they do not need to be messed with. Now, we're going to put up both lizards that were long, wide, and flat, helping them survive in that desert. Now, the next animal we're going to get out is different because it's a consumer like us. Catch a bubble, buddy. Now, this animal here. Raise your hand if you like to eat hamburgers and hot dogs. Good. Hands down. Raise your hand if you should eat fruits and vegetables. Good. Hands down. What do we call the consumer eating plant material and meat? Go. Very good, hon. Omnivore. Say it, please. Omnivore. Now, this next creature is an omnivore, and it also has what I call the O factor. Meaning, whenever I pull this out, students, parents, librarians, all have a tendency to make these aww noises. I hate them. So if you're afraid you may make an O noise, catch a bubble in your mouth. Put one finger in your lip. Put your other hand on your hip. We want to be nice and quiet to see and learn as best as we can. These animals here are creatures that I have raised in my home with me and the rest of my animals, including my own 2 domesticated humans. I want you all to meet Tracy. Say hi, Tracy. Hi, Tracy. Now, if any of you can raise your hand and identify this western desert creature.
I think it's like a groundhog.
Nope, it's not a groundhog. Help her out. Nope, that's an African desert one.
Prairie dog.
Very good. This is a black-tailed prairie dog. Now, besides looking just like a chubby chipmunk right now, this animal here is one of the greatest lessons I could ever teach you. Bottoms down, sitting proper, catch your bubbles, mouth closed, ears open. Stop eating my shirt. Now, what I want you to think about here, this animal is going to be found in the American West. Prairie dogs were once a very common animal, found all the way from California, all the way east to Arkansas, all the way through the American West, all the way down into Mexico, up into Canada. The problem is these animals have now been removed to only 4% of their natural historic range because of us. We thought they were a nuisance. Now, the best lesson to learn from this creature here, new term, keystone species. Say it, please. Keystone species. When you see an archway, that center stone in the top of it is called a keystone. It holds the whole thing together. That's what we're looking at when we look at these little prairie dogs here. Now, prairie dogs are going to be found living in a very large group in what we call a prairie dog town. It's a massive network of tunnels, cavities, and caverns buried underneath the surface of the soil, or on top of the ground. They're just like you people live in town. They mow the grass way too often, every 7 days, not 4. Now, what these animals will do is there are tunnels underneath the surface of the soil. Bedrooms, bathrooms, food storage, nurseries, lookout towers, and playgrounds. All this will be buried underneath the surface, where on top the prairie dogs keep the grass short and tender. Now, when you're this big, there's a lot of predators that are going to eat you. So if you keep that grass short and tender, that's going to attract other herbivores in the area. First time I found a prairie dog, I was hiking through the desert badlands in North Dakota. I came in out of a drainage on the flat part of the ground. As far as I could see, I thought I walked into a golf course. There was short, tender green grass and holes and rodents running around everywhere. It was full of life. We had prairie dogs, jackrabbits, antelope, deer, all the way up to 3,000 pounds. You can't pet this one, I'm sorry, honey. Now, what you gotta understand, these prairie dogs here will be able to use these other creatures. When you're this big, lots of predators. But if your best friend is a 6.5 foot tall, 3,200 pound bison bull, do you think the prairie dog's worried about a coyote anymore? No. But these animals here make habitat that is going to feed the other herbivores. They keep the grass short and tender. That's going to help them see farther. And that's also going to feed the herbivores. Hush, hush, hush. meet Shauna. Say hi, Shauna. Shauna is the more athletic sister of our prairie dogs. During the program, she always does her yoga. It's called upside down dog. Don't do that unless you're advanced. You'll hurt yourself in hot yoga doing that. Now, what you gotta understand, these little creatures here, the prairie dogs are gonna be found in that very large group in a prairie dog town. They keep the grass short above their town so they can see farther when they come out of the holes. That attracts other herbivores. And that's gonna allow the prairie dog towns to expand. Abandoned prairie dog towns are actually key nesting sites for two endangered North American species, the black-footed ferret and gopher tortoise. That's why these animals are key, because these creatures help everybody out. Now, humans removed them because we thought they were bad. In the American West, when we turned our livestock loose, they go running through a prairie dog town. You go running through a prairie dog town, you're going to fall in a hole and break your leg. So the prairie dogs have been shot, trapped, poisoned, removed to only 4% because of us. And these animals are awesome. They help us out. The desert, when it rains, it may not rain very often, but when it rains, it tends to rain a lot very quickly. Without the soil and the vegetation we have here, the water runs, it erodes. It takes what little soil is there, take it away. When we have a prairie dog town and it rains, all the water runs right into the tunnels, and it floods the lower part of the town. And then that water will slowly soak into the groundwater, recharging the aquifer. A prairie dog town in Montana actually collects the well water so somebody can get well water from the aquifer in Arizona. Largest prairie dog town on record was 3 miles wide by 7. And when it rains in that desert, the water will flood into it, and then that'll be absorbed into the groundwater. But you got to also understand, in a prairie dog town, there's like a gazillion prairie dogs. And they spend all day long running below the surface to the top, below to the top, below to the top. They actually take the cool, moist air from below the surface of the soil to the top, exhaling. Think of this. Sometimes our rainfall here in Tennessee started with a bunch of prairie dog breath in Oklahoma or Nebraska. That's why we call these the keystone species. Now, a lot of you have been looking at me with this one going, Bob, that's a cute little mammal. How come we can't pet this one? It's because prairie dogs in North America have been known to carry diseases, the bubonic plague as well as monkeypox. Sit proper, honey. Now, my animals are disease-free and I maintain them that way because I am the only person who gets to handle them. It's not that I think you're carrying the bubonic plague or monkeypox, it's just you have to understand. You all brought the most diseased, dangerous wildlife in the state with you. 30% of you have it in your lap. Ma'am, wash your hands before you eat anything. Those things are covered in germs. Seriously. They're horrible. I don't want to touch them. I'll have 7 different species of fecal material in my hands and eat a sandwich. These guys touch me, I need a hazmat suit and a bath. Now, prairie dogs, like I said, are amazing omnivores for us. They like to eat both plant material and other animals. An important part of their diet. Listen, sissies. Now, Tracy and Shauna travel with us in this container here. This is their travel cage. They think they're training for American Ninja Warrior. So you'll be able to watch them. They're going to climb around for the rest of the program. But the important part of their diet that we didn't get to talk about yet. Listen, these animals love to eat bugs. Bugs are an important part to a lot of animals' diet. When I was at university studying carnivores, red foxes, gray foxes, and coyotes, 80% of their stomach contents were grasshoppers during the summertime. Scientists have always wondered how a hummingbird grows on a diet of just straight sugar water. Listen, buddy. Now, I gotta find a pier to be able to get this analogy. Hummingbirds will actually fly around with their beaks open, grabbing insects out of the sky, like Mr. Miyagi. Problem is, half the room doesn't even understand what we're talking about. It only counts if you saw it in the theater or on VHS. They still don't know what we're talking about. Bugs are an important part to a lot of animals' diets, and that's where you gotta understand. If you wanna have less mosquitoes on your own, put up some hummingbird feeders. Not only is it important to watch the hummingbirds feed, but you will also be able to have less insects for that. Now, the prairie dogs are very cool, very important animal. One prairie dog by themselves isn't going to be able to survive. With these animals living in a group, that prairie dog town, in that community, they make the environment a better place for us. And that's why we call them the desert dwellers. They're important for us. Now we're going to get out the next animal. The next animal is special because I have to wear a glove. If I wear a glove, that means I can get hurt. I don't want to get hurt. Bottoms down, so you can crisscross applesauce, catch a bubble. One finger on your lip, the other hand on your hip. This next animal is special because of this. This one is actually my favorite North American one, second favorite worldwide. For those of you that are keeping track, that's going to be important. Up. Listen, I want you all to meet Mark. Say hi, Mark. Now, when we look at the anatomy and physiology of Mark, does this bird here look like he's going to eat earthworms out of the ground like a robin? Yes. No. Does this bird here look like he's going to eat hummingbird food from a feeder? No. Do you think this animal here wants to rip the flesh off the prairie dog sisters and swallow it? Yes. Like a kid on a donut. This animal right here has 2 eyes on the front of the head, using it for excellent depth perception. That is a flesh-tearing beak right there. That beak rips the flesh from the bone so he can swallow it. Even though he's not a very large animal, this guy has a very large, fast, powerful wingspan. Listen. Now, it's one thing to be fast, it's something else to be fast and maneuverable. That long tail fan right there is going to make this an extremely maneuverable predator for us. Long-legged, which is going to be key to most of your desert animals. Your resources are farther apart, so if you have longer legs, you take the least amount of steps. That's why my wife wouldn't do well in the desert. She's got short little legs. Now, the toes here are tipped with these extremely sharp talons. The talons actually grab a hold of killing the prey, where the beak is just the knife and the fork, cutting it into chunks. We got a walker here. Now, what you got to understand here, Mark is the Harris hawk. The Harris hawk is my favorite North American bird of prey, not just because of his looks, but he has a gorgeous color to him. Almost all black, nice chestnut accent on the wings and on those legs, long black tail fan, white band on the bottom, white band on the top. Now you can actually see he's growing a new 3rd feather right there. These guys here will change out their feathers once a year. Now it'll take them months. You change them out a couple feathers at a time, but these guys will be able to do that. The Harris hawk is my favorite North American bird of prey, not just because of his looks, but because these are sociable animals. Most of your birds of prey are going to be singles or pairs if they're rearing young. Harris hawks are going to be found living in a group, in a collective. Now that's going to be important for us. Listen, in the desert, the quality habitat is going to be dependent on available water sources. A spring, a river, a creek, or a tank. A tank is what a Texan calls a pond. And that's where these animals living in that collective have an advantage. The smaller, younger, more eager birds fly into the thicket, chasing the prey. Prey can be everything from large insects, lizards, snakes, songbirds, game birds, all the way up to jackrabbits. Sit down, hands your cell phone. Now what these animals will do is the smaller, younger birds will drive the prey around and around and around. And when the time is right, they push it out of the thicket to where the adults are sitting there. These birds do a coordinated group hunting attack like a pack of wolves, all with a little bitty bird brain. Now they hunt in a group, they also rest in a group. Relax, you can't eat a kid yet, you gotta wait. Now, what these guys will do, in the desert, the only place you can stop and get in an overwatch position is to sit on top of a cactus. Remember we said he was long-legged? One bird will go land on top of the cactus, other birds then will stand on their shoulders, staying 2, 3, 4, 5 birds high. That top bird will have the largest field of view, being able to see farther, and if they find more food, they fly after it, hunting it in a group. That's why these are my favorite North American bird of prey for. Now, I'm not going to pick on you, but how many teachers do we have in the audience today? Oh, line, there's only 3, 4, all right, a little bit better. Here's the thing, I love working with my teachers who are amazing people. The problem is, we all know you're overworked, underpaid, and underappreciated. The problem is, I think teachers are crazy and you have an illness and you need medication for something. I would never do your job. But this animal here makes me feel more like a teacher than I think I should. I bought this animal, I feed this animal, I train this animal, I house the animal, and yet somebody else is trying to tell me how to do my job. Sound familiar? This animal here is technically property of the federal government. You are not allowed to pet, nor are you even allowed to possess a feather off of him. On his right foot, you can see that ID band, 6 letters there on the front, U.S. government. This animal here is technically property of the federal government. If you pet him or keep a feather, I could lose my license. Catch a bubble, buddy. What you gotta understand, Mark here is a falconer's bird. Falconry is when we use our birds of prey to hunt for us. Think about it. We can walk around the park here. When you're uneducated squirrels or rabbits, I can let go of Mark's suggestions and he'll fly after and try and attack it and kill it for me. Now I give him food and shelter every day for the chance that he may be able to go hawking, but this animal here is an amazing creature for us. Falconry is the 2nd oldest blood sport on the planet. And that's what's special about to being a falconer. Up. Now, listen. To be a licensed falconer, you need to do well in school so that you can take the apprentice falconer's exam. Listen, it's a difficult exam, so you have to be able to study and do that. Not only do you have to pass the exam, you got to pass the background. I do not want any of you getting in trouble for drugs, alcohol, or crime. This isn't going to help you out in life. If you get in trouble for it, you still won't be able to have the permits to have these. Lastly, you need to remember to be a nice person. Don't be a tool. No one's going to help you out. Once you pass the exam, you pass the background, you have to find a master falconer to mentor you. And in the state of Tennessee, the master falconers are not taking on any new apprentices. It's a whole millennial generation. I swear none of them know how to work. Now, Mark here is fast, but he's not the fastest. Who can name me the fastest animal on the planet by raising their hand? Go. Very good. Most people think it's the cheetah. The cheetah is only the fastest land animal at 68 miles an hour. Fastest animal on the planet is the peregrine falcon. The peregrine falcon has been clocked at 240 miles an hour. Now, does he reach that speed by flapping his wings? No. Hummingbirds can beat their wings up to 200 beats per second, and they still can't reach that speed. They can also do it for 30 hours straight. What the peregrine falcon will do is they will fly high up in the air. They fold their wings and they go in a straight dive at 200 miles an hour. They hit their prey from above with these talons. Most of the time, the prey is dead by the central nervous system or the spinal cord being damaged. Sit proper, honey. Listen. Now, what you got to understand, if you're flying at 200 miles an hour and you hit a mosquito or a June bug in your eyeball could explode. Watch. Take my hand near Mark's eyes. He doesn't like it when I do it, though. See how his eye turns blue? He actually has two sets of eyelids. A normal top to bottom like ours that he closes when he's sleeping. That second one is called the nictitating membrane. If I poke you in the eye, you only have one set of eyelid. He actually has two. And that's going to protect his eyes, either when they're flying at high speeds or if he's flying through the desert scrub, he doesn't want to scratch his eye on a cactus thorn. Now, for those of you that have been keeping track and the teachers that have a good sense of humor, this animal here is my favorite North American bird of prey, second favorite worldwide. My favorite worldwide creature, which is on my wish list, is the harpy eagle. The harpy eagle is a very heavy, robust bird of prey found in the equatorial rainforest around our planet. Think of this. The harpy eagle is strong enough and fast enough to grab like a 30 or 40-pound sloth or howler monkey out of the tree. They go flying by the tree, rip it out of it, crash down the ground, feed off of it, and then leave the rest for the scavengers. How cool of a program would it be at a library at our school if I had an eagle in my hand right now? I drop my fist, grabs one of these little ones and takes it into the library or the cafeteria and starts feeding off of it. You'd think it's funny. Come on, you know which kid you want to be eaten by the eagle. Don't lie. Some people don't think that joke's very funny, and if you don't think that's funny, you don't work with enough children. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to get out the last animal. The last animal today is special because he will actually be walking around on the floor with me. Are students allowed to pet my animals? No. Can teachers and librarians? Yes. Because if they get scratched, bitten, or kicked, I think it's funny. Now, we want to remember our rules. Bottoms down, crisscross applesauce. Plant your bottoms there. Do not get up. Parents, plant your bottoms in your seat as well. I will help you all get as best of a picture as you can. But this is not an animal that you take your phone up and start walking to try and take a picture. He's getting old enough now, that looks like you're starting to stalk him. And you will not like his reply when he thinks he's being stalked. So bottoms down, crisscross applesauce, save your questions. If you have an answer one of mine, you can raise your hand. Catch a bubble, buddy. Save your questions with an answer to mine. You can raise your hand. Let's go to work. I'd like you all to meet Toby. Say hi, Toby. How many of you can raise your hand and identify Toby? What do we got here? Go. We got a kangaroo in the library. How awesome is that today? Now listen. Catch your bubbles. Mouths closed, ears open. Now, Toby here is a red kangaroo. Why are you climbing the steps with me? Now this animal here is a red kangaroo. Now as a kangaroo, he is a mammal. Now there are 4 characteristics that make mammals mammals. I need you to name them for me. Sit still. What's one of the 4 characteristics of a mammal? Go. Very good. Live birth. Did any of you hatch out of an egg to get here on the planet? No. Did your mother cough a thumb and you grow from that? No. You got here as a baby, even though you think some of them are the spawn of Satan. They were all babies. Now, back when you all were babies, you'd be a lot cuter than you are right now. That's not true of Toby here. When Toby here was born alive about 15 months ago, he didn't look anything like this. When Toby was born alive as a baby, he was about this big and he looked like a gummy bear. Now, what's another characteristic of our mammal? Live birth. Give me another one. Go. You have to have hair or fur. Look at me. Am I losing mine? Yeah, I don't care. I'm married. I've given up. I haven't paid for hair. Mammals have to have hair or fur. We may not always have it, but we have to have hair or fur. When Toby was born alive as a baby, he had no fur on his body. And his eyes were closed, his ears, his limbs, his tail. None of this was even formed yet. This little guy had to climb from where he's born to get into his mother's what? What did he climb into? Pouch. What do mammals feed their babies? What inside that pouch? What did he survive off of? Go.
Milk.
Milk. When you all were babies, before you ate baby food, you drank milk from mama. Deal with that. Now Toby here climbed inside his mother's pouch and was drinking milk. He came to live with us when he was very young. Toby came to live with us at approximately 4 months of age. Now, what you gotta understand, when Toby came to live with me, he was 2.7 pounds. My wife and I did not co-sleep with our human children, but Toby spent months in bed with us. Until he could thermoregulate, he had to sleep next to a human body. Now, the cool thing about that is, I got him trained rather quickly to sleep in a pack and play in the living room by himself. Parents, get those kids out of your bed and in their own bed as soon as possible. Now, Toby, you can't go into life that way. No. Now, what you got to think about with Toby here? Live birth, having hair, mama fed him milk. What's that other characteristic for us? You can name me another one. Take 2 fingers, touch your skin. Are you warm or cold? Warm. I'm actually trying to sweat already a little bit in here. Now, what you got to understand about Toby here is Toby is warm-blooded underneath of that fur coat. Now, technically, he is no longer a Joey because he is weaned. He doesn't drink milk anymore. This is just watered-down apple juice. You're looking at a toddler running around with a sippy cup and a diaper. But it makes it a very positive experience for him to still be able to program. Now, what you got to understand here, these creatures, when Toby would be full-grown, an intact male red kangaroo will stand 6'1", 6'5", 110 to 210 pounds, would have the ability to beat the ever-loving snot out of me. Now, these kangaroos are found in a very large group in what we call a mob. Now, what they're going to think of this. In Australia, it's pretty much a very hot, dry continent everywhere. So these animals will be asleep during the day and awake and active at nighttime. What do we call that? Sleeping during the day, awake and active at nighttime. Go. Very good, nocturnal. So we have a nocturnal sociable creature. And what these guys will do, have a little bit more. Pick up from him. If he doesn't do it like that, then you got to burp him if he gets too much air. Now, what you got to think of here is these little guys will be living in that group, that mob, that collective. Now, they'll be sleeping during the day. If a predator comes up to them, the first thing these guys will do is these big males will stand up and flex their muscles. And they're much bigger through the upper body than me, 2-3 times bigger than me. And what these guys will do is if they cannot chase those predators away by flexing muscles, the next thing he will do is these guys will start boxing. Listen, that's your bubble buddy. Now, you can see he's got 5 good claws on that front hand. Now, he can box closed or open fist to chase those predators away. Now, an intact male red kangaroo's hands will be as big as mine and then get those claws. Boxing closed or open fist to chase those predators away. If that still doesn't work, now, it's kind of, he's being lazy today because he had a big breakfast. This tail right here is nothing but a strong group of muscle. And that tail right there is going to be important because this guy can lean all the way back on the tail. You've seen him use it as a kickstand. They can actually lean all the way back on that tail, sit honey, holding his entire body weight where he can kick you with his hind feet. Now, I did 12 years of Catholic education with nuns that taught me Latin. I have to teach you Latin or they'll haunt me. They're nuns. They know how to do it. New word, macropod. Say it, please. Macropod. Macro means big, micro means small. We can remember that with a microscope. Pod is the singular version of peda, not pea. Think of millipede, which means feet. So if I use the term macropod, some of you are looking at me going, Bob, are you talking about Bigfoot or Sasquatch? Those do not exist, and those are really stupid TV shows, to tell you honestly. But you're looking at a 15-month-old, about a 22-pound baby right now. Look at the size of that foot. That's his ankle. That's his knee. There's one toe here on the outside most people don't normally get to see. That big toe right here is the second digit with 3 and 4 on the inside. This guy can lean all the way back on that tail, kick you with those hind feet. If an intact male red kangaroo kicks me square in the chest, I could fly across the room. Or they can change the angle of this ankle. And with that second toenail right here, here's your descriptive language for your writing today. A kangaroo can disembowel you, meaning it slices open your stomach and your intestines spills out on the floor. A kangaroo can eviscerate you, slicing a femoral artery in your thigh and bleed out in 90 seconds. Go pet him. Does it remind you of a rabbit? 5 digits on the front feet, 4 digits on the back feet. You're basically looking at a 6-foot-tall killer bunny that can disembowel a human. Monty Python didn't get that one right. Now, what you gotta understand here, Toby will be able to be retired by the end of the week. We will be wrapping up our summer reading program for us. Now, we are considering not getting Toby neutered. Most of the time when I get my red kangaroos, I neuter them. They'll be, an adult male will only get to be about this tall, 60 to 80 pounds. The neutering keeps them smaller. But Toby came to us at such a young age that he bonded very well with us. Now, being the father of a son and then the father of a daughter has been 2 totally different experiences for me. And that's where I have a master plan. Here's this. My 2-year-old daughter thinks Toby is her baby. And Toby thinks that's his mama and I'm dad. Let's leave him intact. Fast forward to about 10 years when she starts thinking about dating. These boys start showing up around my farm. 6'4", 240, 32-inch biceps. If I don't like the guy, I go, honey, go feed Toby. If the guy doesn't get the hint, we can stand in front of the judge and go, Your Honor, I don't know how his intestine got strewn all over the pasture. Come on, jump in. I know. I need to sew him a bigger bag. He's too big for this one now. Now, the kangaroo is part of that special group of mammal that has a pouch or a pocket for their young. What do we call that group of mammal that has a pouch or pocket? Go. Very good, son. Marsupial. Say it, please. Marsupial. Now, do we have kangaroos hopping around the wilds of Tennessee? No. Mine only got out of the gate once, and it was a very interesting phone conversation somebody had with the Murray County Sheriff's Department. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. There's a kangaroo on Sawmill Pike, and I ain't been drinking. Luckily, the sheriff knows me. He sends me a text. He goes, Bob, the gate's open, the roo's in the road, making a scene. Fix it. Now, we do not have kangaroos hopping around the wilds of Tennessee, but do we have a marsupial here in Tennessee? Yes. Name me the only marsupial in North America. Possum. Ladies, when you think about reincarnation, do not look past being a possum. When a possum gives birth, they give birth to 30 babies at one time. Labor is so intensive, you sleep during the entire process. You give birth to 30 babies, they're going to be born roughly the size of a grain of rice. Now, you give birth to 30 on average, 8 make it inside your pouch, the rest die within the first few minutes. This is all right, because you actually don't even know your mother. You don't even know your mother till months later when they climb outside of your pouch, spooking you one afternoon. By this point in time, they're toddlers, so you don't have to worry about that pesky newborn care. The best thing I think about being a possum, you're only pregnant for 13 days. See, now you're sold. You're the most toothed mammal in North America with 52 sharp teeth. You have a 95% immunity to rabies. You are a carrion eater, so you always know where your next meal's gonna be. Just walk around the roads. Now, what you gotta think about Toby here, me and my animals. Hi, buddy. I love my job, it's a great job. Everybody thinks that this job is awesome. You like it when he sucks his thumb? He looks like a little baby, doesn't he? Now, raise your hand if you want to get a job like mine. Good. Hands down. Raise your hand if you think this is a good job. Good. Now, if you want to get a job like mine, you have to do well in school. You have to do well in school so you can go to high school. You have to work hard in high school to go to college. You have to work extremely hard to get a job that you're never going to make a lot of money. Most importantly, you cannot get in trouble for drugs, alcohol, or crime. These do not help you out in life. If you do get in trouble for it, you will not be able to have the permits to have these animals do this job. And I love my job. It's a great job. Everybody thinks that teaching little ones is the best part of my job. It's not. I enjoy it, it's just not the best part. Some people think it's raising the animals. I've raised all different types of creatures. This is actually the 4th kangaroo I've raised in my home. I love raising animals. It's still not the best part. You got to think about this. The best part of my job is every day I get paid to aggravate principals, teachers, librarians. Now, is it more fun putting little 20-pound bale babies on Miss Laura and watch her rocket like a crazy lady? Because I can't care. That's her little grand room now. Now, is it more fun putting bottle babies on diapers on Miss Laura, or do you like it when we put the 200-pound python on her?
Python.
Python. I think the python's the easier one. Now, what you gotta think about these animals. These are wonderful programming creatures. They are not pets, though, even though that one thinks he's part of a family. He actually doesn't even know that he's a kangaroo. Now, he has transitioned very well. He is now either traveling with me on the road or living full-time in the pasture with the other ones. And we have another kangaroo that was almost 3 times his size already, and they've bonded very well. They live in the pasture with the muntjac. If y'all remember the little fanged deer from Indonesia, the muntjac, the kangaroos, the potbelly pigs, and the goats all get along very well in the pasture. Now, you all have done very good. Unfortunately, as usual, we've talked too long, and I got to load up and hit another library for this afternoon. So if you have any questions, let's remember, you're in a library. Go check out a book. You can't find the right book, ask the librarians to help you out. Parents, if any of you all are Facebookers, you can fan the company. That'll tell you when we're doing other public programming in the area. For the quirky teachers that have a good sense of humor, we've started this with a partnership with Tennessee State Parks. They're very popular. It's called Wildlife and Wine with Bob Tarter. Teachers need medication, seriously. It's a good medication. Come on now. Now, you all have done very good. On your way out the door, the volunteer will be able to hand out the coloring sheets that have the correct spelling for all the animals' names, as well as we've got our reading foreman that will have the bookmarks right in the cubby hole on your left. And the bookmarks have the red kangaroo information on there, as well as you can find us more online. The thing that I like most about that bookmark one is you will see a very distinctive male standing on the right side of the picture and the females on the left, and you'll see how much bigger these guys are. You have done great. I am proud of you. Parents, give yourselves a big round of applause. And we'll see you all again. I'm coming.
Hi, I'm Julie Scardina here at SeaWorld San Diego. Are you ready to get up close and personal glimpses into incredible rescue attempts? A behind-the-scenes look at phenomenal rehabilitation efforts and witness spectacular animal releases? Well, you've come to the right place because SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have been leading the way in animal rescue for a very long time. You know, the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks have been committed to wildlife preservation for over 40 years. No other organization has rescued, rehabilitated, and released more animals. SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have rescued 11,000 animals since 1965. And SeaWorld, in the past 5 years alone, has helped more than 3,000 animals, including seals, sea lions, dolphins, whales, sea turtles, and even seabirds. 24/7, 365 days a year, SeaWorld's animal rescue and rehabilitation teams respond to calls for animals in distress, then to be assisted by an expert group of dedicated veterinarians, animal care specialists, and marine biologists. But the Anheuser-Busch commitment reaches far beyond the rescue of a single animal. From Antarctica to the Arctic, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens are working to save some of the planet's most endangered species and habitats. I'll be back shortly to give you an even closer look at which specific species of animals are being helped. In the meantime, let me introduce you to my colleague, Chuck Carreau, as he takes you on some amazing animal rescues. Chuck?
Thanks, Julie. You know, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have performed some truly amazing rescues. But did you ever stop to wonder why these rescues have to take place at all? Well, sometimes stuff just happens. And of course, you can't control a natural disaster like an earthquake or a hurricane. Other times, events are triggered by humans. In June of 2000, off the coast of Cape Town, South Africa, a sunken freighter caused an oil slick that resulted in the worst bird disaster in history. A worldwide call to action went out, and SeaWorld, along with many others, immediately answered. Just like this little guy here is getting a good chance at surviving, an entire colony of South African penguins and their chicks got a second chance, thanks to a lot of caring hands.
It comes as a surprise to many people to hear that South Africa is home to penguins. These seabirds are a permanent fixture along the southern coast. However, June 23, 2000 marked a fateful day for the penguins when the bulk carrier ship, the Treasure, sank off the coast of Cape Town. About 400 tons of oil spilled from the ship and began washing onto Robben Island, home to nearly 20,000 African penguins. Soon after, shifting weather patterns pushed oil towards Dasson Island, where 56,000 African penguin adults and chicks live. With worldwide numbers totaling only 150,000 birds, this spill threatened almost half of the entire African penguin population. Jay Holcomb, Director of International Bird Rescue and Research Center and on-site manager of the International Fund for Animal Welfare, intimately knows what it takes to pull off a rescue attempt of this magnitude. He discusses what zoological parks and staff bring to a rescue such as this.
To manage this many birds takes a lot of supervision. The volunteers are wonderful. They come in hordes. We have 700, 800, 900 a day to come in, but they all have to be supervised. So what we've done is brought in people from zoos, aquariums, wildlife rehabilitation facilities from around the world that we put under our management system that we've created, and they help us manage the volunteers.
These guys just... With a rescue that totaled over 23,000 oiled birds, people from around the world pulled together to save the penguins. The South African military and thousands of volunteers with varied backgrounds, education, and experience offered whatever time and service could be utilized. With numbers totaling over 40,000 volunteers, the Red Cross set up its own rescue center within a rescue center just to tend to the humans. Once the penguins arrived at the sand-cobbed Salt River facility, people were propelled into action. Dry pools were set up to keep the frightened penguins contained. As quickly as possible, the penguins were fed and hydrated. SeaWorld aviculturist Alex Ware headed up this part of the rescue process.
Right now we're doing a mixture of force feeding, offered hand feeding for the ones that are starting to get an idea of how to do it, and my team is currently going through and tube feeding some electrolytes to keep the birds going because dehydration is becoming a big issue. Some of these people are just whatever it takes, you know. I mean, they're shoveling dirt, they're scrubbing buckets, You know, everyone wants to help out in any way possible, and after a few days, you know, you try to find something that's a little less physical, because these little penguins, they're extremely strong animals, and even skilled handlers like myself are sporting wounds and scratches and beauty marks, and I'm a careful penguin handler, and it's happening to me, so, but they keep coming back, and it's amazing.
As quickly as possible after the penguins arrived, they were sent for a washing. Unfortunately, this is a very slow and tedious process, requiring a minimum of 2 people for each bird and almost an hour of time. Then, the birds were rinsed and dried, but not yet ready to be returned to the wild for 2 primary reasons. It takes 4 or 5 days for the penguins to regain their natural oils after washing, and the spill was still a danger zone. So, the Sand Cobb facility became a holding facility as well, and the penguins required special care. They needed crushed shell to keep their feet clean, food, and of course, water. What a difference in energy once these birds could swim. And what an amazing transformation to turn an empty railroad warehouse into a penguin rehab center of this magnitude.
When the spill first happened, they must have known that this was going to, in total, so many penguins, and they knew what kind of space requirements they were going to have, because I walked in, I was like, why do they have that huge factory for these birds? And now we're just filling it up every day. We're needing another room, and to be able to keep it all central right here in one area rather than satellite rehab stations, everyone doing their own thing. It's a good thing for the animals, and it makes it very easy to coordinate the volunteers.
Another unfortunate detail in this oil spill was the timing. It occurred in the middle of chick rearing season, and both mom and dad take part in raising their young. Parents were swimming through the slick in search of food, returning to the islands oiled, which would eventually make them unable to swim. They were also regurgitating oil to their chicks. Until SeaWorld aviculturist Lauren Dubois and Baltimore Zoo colleague Steve Sorrow arrived in South Africa, it was too much time and effort to focus on saving the younger birds.
Basically what we're trying to do here is most of these birds have just come off the nest, and we're trying to get them to eat. What we're doing is once a day we're coming in and we're doing a force feeding, which is basically picking the bird up, making sure he gets 2 to 3 fish, and then in the afternoon we'll come in and we'll sit in the pens as the birds are getting used to us and try and offer them fish and give them sort of a hand feeding or free feeding. Once they eat on their own and we know that they have a good weight, then we'll go ahead and look at a time when we can release them.
Over 500 chicks were eventually returned to Dassin and Robben Islands, prepared to grow into vital adult penguins, helping to preserve their species. Upon her return, Lauren put it all into perspective.
My experience in South Africa pretty much changed the way that I take care of animals and anytime I see animals. It was a very stressful situation coming into seeing many animals that had been injured by a man-made disaster, and being able to help take care of those animals and see those animals released and be healthy animals was a tremendous feeling of satisfaction to know that something that I did helped these animals to go back into the wild.
Lauren is an integral part of SeaWorld's new Oiled Wildlife Care Center, which opened its doors in July 2000.
The Oiled Wildlife Care Center is set up to do everything for an animal during an oil spill, and that includes the intake procedures, evaluating the animal, washing the animal, whether it's a mammal or a bird, and also care for the animals and support before the animal would be able to be released.
23,000 oiled birds made the South African oil spill the worst bird disaster in history. But with the dedication and skillful help of so many people from around the world, the worst bird disaster in history ended up to be the most successful rescue attempt to date. Of course, a rescue is always about the animals, but somewhere along the line, it can't help but be about the people as well.
California sea lions like these are abundant off the U.S. West Coast. That's not the case for another pinniped, the very endangered Hawaiian monk seal. Recently, an unusual form of blindness swept through Hawaiian monk seal colonies, putting their already dwindling population in even further jeopardy. SeaWorld San Antonio helped rescue several of these blind seals in an attempt to not only save these few, but learn more about this pinniped in hopes of understanding ways to protect their entire species in the future. It's an amazing thing.
The Florida manatee has a legendary history dating way back before Christopher Columbus. Now, often the source of mistaken identity, this gentle giant has been called everything from a monster to a goddess. Well, whatever label you choose, there's one manatee that can be called just plain lucky. Now, don't mistake him for a reindeer or for a meteor. This is the story of Comet, the Florida manatee that ventured back to Florida by way of Ohio. Ohio.
Slow and gentle, manatees capture the hearts of all that see them. However, seeing them can be somewhat difficult as they come to the surface to breathe. And it's their slowness that may actually increase their chances of being injured by boat collisions, one of several factors that threaten this endangered species today. Manatees and their relatives are found in oceans, bays, and rivers all over the world, although we're looking specifically at the West Indian manatee, which is found throughout the Caribbean and Florida. Manatees are mammals that are completely vegetarian, eating primarily seagrass. But don't let that fool you. They can weigh up to 3,000 pounds. Unless they are mother and calf, manatees typically live a solitary life, although in winter they may migrate with groups in search of warmer waters. The story of Comet starts in January of 1998 in Fernandina Beach, Florida, where he was found with his mother who had been hit by a boat. SeaWorld's animal rescue team responded to the distress call to find a very injured mother and her year-and-a-half-old calf who was still nursing. The mother, named Mercury, sustained many large wounds on her right side, and SeaWorld vets discovered that she had several broken ribs that were causing a severe infection. Working with veterinarians from the University of Florida, the infected, fractured ribs were removed. Although Mercury began to eat following surgery, her wounds were too severe and she succumbed to them shortly after. The focus then shifted to doing everything possible to save her nursing baby, now known as Comet. Comet received around-the-clock attention and thrived under SeaWorld's care. Fortunately, he was old enough to begin eating on his own, and when he became strong enough, was introduced to other manatees in the rehabilitation area. Then, in June of 1999, Comet was doing well enough that he was one of several manatees transported to the Columbus Zoo's new manatee habitat. How about that? Manatees in Ohio. Doug Wormeltz, Assistant Director of Living Collections at the Columbus Zoo, explains why this is important.
It's important for people in Columbus and Central Ohio in the Midwest to know about manatees. We use Florida as a vacation spot, and our lifestyles directly impact the survival of these animals, and we need to learn to be responsible, make a choice, and learn how to live with wildlife.
After more than a year of helping to educate guests in Ohio, it was time for Comet to come home. In a collaborative effort between SeaWorld, the Columbus Zoo, and government agencies, a transport and release strategy was designed and executed. Upon his return to SeaWorld Orlando, Comet was prepared for release into the St. Johns River, along with another rescued manatee named Corey.
Comet was released with Corey, a younger animal, today, so hopefully they'll stay together for a while. They're going to encounter the wild manatees that are in the spring, so Comet will probably learn where the food sources are and learn to move back and forth between the river and the spring, but eventually he'll probably go on his own.
SeaWorld Orlando is one of several manatee rescue and rehabilitation facilities in the state of Florida. Equipped with trucks, gear, and staff, they are ready to roll immediately to the scene of a manatee emergency and are set up to treat the animals on site and upon their return to the park. Manatees, the last generation, serves as a home to animals unable to be released and, like the Columbus Zoo exhibit, helps educate visitors about the plight of the manatees.
Every 10 to 15 minutes they go up for air. Manatees of all the boat accidents and red tide and their curiosity.
It may seem like a lot to go through to save one animal, but today, a manatee named Comet swims free, slow and gentle, and brings the overall numbers of this endangered species up by 1. SeaWorld thinks that alone is worth it.
There's almost no problem that can't be solved with good old-fashioned ingenuity. Just ask SeaWorld of Florida. When an injured manatee needed help floating, a specially designed wetsuit came to the rescue. And when a baby manatee needed to nurse, but the mother was unable, SeaWorld developed a manatee milk formula to nourish the calf. It's an amazing thing.
Attaboy. You know, some healthy marine mammals like sea lions, seals, and walruses naturally haul out onto land at times. Now, they might do this to mate, bear their young, or simply to rest. But, you know, sometimes animals haul out because they're ill or injured. In this case, an animal is considered stranded. That means it's helpless and unable to survive under the present conditions. Animals become stranded, well, for many reasons, ranging from disease, toxins, injuries, parasites, entanglement, oil spills, and believe it or not, weather events such as El Nino.
Although the cause of El Nino remains a mystery, it's an ocean event that has far-reaching effects. It might increase rainfall across the southern U.S. while causing horrible flooding in Peru and severe drought in the West Pacific, which might cause devastating brush fires in Australia. Meaning the little boy, or Christ child in Spanish, El Nino got its name since it often arrives around Christmas. During an El Nino, there's a change in normal trade wind strength in the central and western Pacific, which impacts surface water temperatures off the coast of South America. As water temperatures rise, the warmer waters aren't as nutrient-rich as the normal colder waters, and this starts an adverse reaction that moves all the way up the food chain. A lack of nutrients causes some vital plants and animals to die, while others can't survive and thrive in warmer waters, forcing animals that depend on them for their own survival to starve. It might also force animals, fish, and birds to migrate to other areas in an attempt to survive. This often results in animals stranding or ending up in areas not common to their species. And this results in an increase in rescues during an El Nino. SeaWorld San Diego's Assistant Curator of Animals, Keith Yip, explains.
During the El Nino event, we rescued over 350 animals. So far this year, for instance, we've only rescued 35 animals. I'd say the average is about 75 to 80 animals every year, and sometimes around 100, but 350 is an excessive number of animals.
What if you find an animal that appears stranded or abandoned? Observation is the first step. Often, in the case of a youngster, the mother may be off hunting, so unless the animal is in distress, you should simply watch it for a period of time. If the animal does require intervention, contact your local wildlife rescue and rehab agency. Often, humans think they're doing the right thing by intervening. However, these decisions are best left up to the experts that are trained and equipped to deal with these crisis situations. Many things can impact animals and their welfare, including weather. Sometimes nature needs to take its course. Other times, a helping hand, or lots of helping hands working together, is just what the doctor ordered.
SeaWorld California is the first and only zoological park in the world to successfully breed emperor penguins outside of Antarctica. Researchers at Hub SeaWorld Research Institute in California work best in noisy conditions. They studied penguin vocalizations in both Antarctica and at SeaWorld to determine, of all things, gender. Prior to the studies, only the penguins knew who the boys and girls were. Now, we do too. It's an amazing thing.
Sometimes things happen in nature for reasons no one understands, and human intervention becomes a crucial factor in the survival of an animal. This is the story of Callie, the giraffe, that with the help of Busch Gardens caretakers, veterinarians, and designers, stood just a little bit taller and a whole lot steadier on her feet.
There's no question that Busch Gardens Tampa is a fun and exciting theme park. But did you know that what looks like a cool place to see animals is serving a major worldwide function? Several animals housed at Busch Gardens and SeaWorld are actually part of breeding programs, which help ensure the overall survival of threatened and endangered species. Every day, guests at the park can get a glimpse of the newest additions to the Busch Gardens family by stopping by the nursery. Not all animals in the nursery are endangered or threatened. Sometimes, for various reasons found in nature, the mother is unable or unwilling to care for her offspring, or the baby may be sick or needs special care. This was the case with Callie the giraffe. Callie, a reticulated giraffe, was born prematurely at Busch Gardens Tampa. Normally, giraffes can get up and walk on their own within minutes after birth. Callie, however, was just too weak to support herself. Weighing just 75 pounds at birth, she needed round-the-clock nursing care for the first 5 days. She was then able to stand up, but her forelegs needed support. Busch Gardens veterinarian Dr. Noah Abumati determined that Callie's legs could be supported with braces, which would allow her to walk and strengthen her weak legs and joints. Shriners Hospital for Crippled Children was called to assist in the evaluation and design of the braces. A little extra support was just what Callie needed to boost her confidence. With her newfound stability, she was able to be walked and exercised, growing more sturdy as each day passed. Eventually, she was strong enough to walk and run on her own, where she joined the other Busch Gardens giraffes on the open veldt. Not only are breeding programs important as a way of increasing population numbers of a species, but also genetic diversity. SeaWorld aviculturist Rob Yorty explains.
When you're actually thinking about possibly releasing an animal, you don't want any latent genetic problems in their traits that could come out when the animal's actually released out in the wild and reproduces. So by this way of having a very large number of animals, we can keep track of all their genetics and make sure we don't have any weaker individuals, so to speak, that may be part of a reintroduction program.
Zoological parks provide fun and entertainment, no doubt. But look below the surface and you'll discover dedicated people devoted to conserving and preserving animal welfare, diversity, and population. Global concern on a local level.
Like Magellanic penguins, the Lear's macaw is also from South America. One difference is the Lear's macaw is in extreme peril as more and more of its habitat is being harmed. Busch Gardens supports efforts to protect this beautiful bird and its food source and has sent researchers to study its behavioral patterns and monitor nest sites in order to gain insight into how the Lear's macaw can survive. In addition, Busch Gardens is the only zoological park in the world to have successfully bred the Lear's macaw. It's an amazing thing.
Rescuing a marine mammal like a seal or a sea lion is hard work. But can you imagine what it's like rescuing an animal the size of a gray whale? Well, size is only one thing that makes this next story the most amazing animal rescue of all.
It was a fateful day in January 1997 when an abandoned gray whale beached herself near Marina del Rey, California. The whale was only a few days old when she was rescued and brought to SeaWorld San Diego. Only 14 feet long and 1,500 pounds, the little whale was found to be dehydrated and almost comatose. She was so weak that animal care team members had to hold her upright in the water and swim her around the medical pool. The outlook was not good. Dr. Jim McBain gave the grim findings.
Well, the animal is in pretty weak condition. It's dehydrated, it's very short on energy resources, energy supplies, it's very thin. The prognosis for full recovery is no better than poor at this point.
But with the dedication of the SeaWorld staff giving round-the-clock care, the little whale known as JJ overcame the odds. JJ was put on a specially formulated diet made up of a mixture of heavy cream, minced fish, and vitamins. She was hand-fed the formula at first and gained weight at an astounding rate. Eventually, JJ was introduced to solid food and was eating on her own. JJ thrived at SeaWorld, and as she grew, so did her pool. She became the center of attention as people from around the world followed her progress and visited her in San Diego. It gave so many the opportunity to get their first real-life look at a gray whale. There's much yet to be learned about gray whales, their patterns, and habits. JJ gave us the opportunity to learn a tremendous amount about gray whales, their needs, and requirements. As JJ grew, it was discovered that her vocalizations didn't show the wide range of sounds gray whales normally make. It's known that these vocalizations play a very important communication and navigation role in the wild. With the help of audio technology, researchers piped different whale vocalizations into her pool as she was feeding. They hoped that when JJ was released back into the sea, she would recognize these calls and sounds and follow them to other gray whales. After 13 months of constant care, literally tons of food, and lots of love, it was time for JJ to be released. She was well over a year old, weighed 17,000 pounds, and measured almost 31 feet in length. It was no small task to design the equipment, gear, and strategy to transport JJ to the sea. On March 31st, 1998, in a bittersweet mixture of laughter and tears, JJ was released. After only a few days, she scraped off her tracking devices, so there was no way to follow her. She was released as the gray whales were making their way north to the colder Arctic waters. Hopefully, after learning their sounds, being taught to eat, and thriving so well at the park, she connected with the other whales and has been making the annual migration with them ever since. The story of JJ is truly one of the most incredible rescue and rehab stories in which SeaWorld and the world has been involved. The story of a little whale that taught us more than we could imagine, that taught us to believe in miracles. The story of a little whale that will leave her footprint on our hearts forever.
We've seen that things can happen at the hands of humans that may affect wildlife, like boating accidents with manatees and oil spills. We also know that some things are beyond our control, like weather events such as El Nino, and we understand that sometimes, well, nature just has a mind of her own, as seen with the stranding of animals like sea lions or whales. But even though we may not always be a part of the problem, we can be a part of the solution. On behalf of Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks, this is Chuck Carreau thanking you for joining me in some of the world's most amazing animal rescues.
I hope you enjoyed your journey. And rest assured, as long as there are animals that need help, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens are committed to playing their part in rescue, rehabilitation, and release.
I'm Jennifer Pulley, and welcome to another edition of NASA 360. Today, we've got so many things lined up for you. We're going to talk about technology, we're going to talk about exploration, and we're going to talk about dinosaurs and how they're all related. But first, let's talk about where I'm standing. Get this, I'm standing inside a fort. That's right, and it's not just any fort. This is Jamestown Fort. It's the site of the first permanent English colony in what was then called the New World. Today, of course, we know it as America. Now think about this. From this starting point, people spread out all across the country and eventually populated the entire United States. So I guess we have to say that this landing spot's a pretty big deal in American history. Over time, though, the original fort that the English settlers built fell into disrepair. And believe it or not, for many years, it was lost to history. That all changed in 1996 when archaeologist Dr. Bill Kelso rediscovered the original fort. It began a whole new era of understanding what life was like for those first Jamestown settlers. For the first time, they had proof. Using old writings, drawings, and now a handy trowel for digging, Dr. Kelso and his team discovered where the old fort was, and they began excavating the artifacts. To date, he and his team have found over 1 million artifacts from the original fort, and they expect to find many more in the next few years. In a little while, we'll catch up with Dr. Kelso and dig a little deeper into the history of Jamestown. But first, do you know the difference between an archaeologist and a paleontologist? Well, let's see. They both dig in the ground looking for things from the past, right? Well, it's the type of things they're looking for that make them different. You see, archaeology is the science of understanding human cultures, while paleontology is the study of prehistoric life forms. So basically, archaeologists spend their time trying to understand human history, while paleontologists generally look for fossils from before human history, like dinosaur bones. Got it? Luckily for archaeologists and paleontologists, tons of help is now coming from NASA. How? Well, one of the ways is through the use of remote sensing techniques. Remote sensing? Well, in the broadest sense, it's the use of a device to collect information without actually physically touching the object. Now, a great example of a remote sensing device we use every single day, our eyes. Think about it. You can detect objects around you without physically touching them. You simply use your detectors, or your eyes, to see the object, gather information about it. You're using remote sensing.
There are many forms of NASA-sponsored remote sensing devices that are being used to help in archaeology and paleontology. Like, for example, there's something called ground-penetrating radar. This unique type of radar system can actually see objects in the ground without anyone having to dig them up. By using this, in combination with aerial photography and historical documents, NASA can help give researchers a much better indication of where to dig, what to preserve, and what areas to avoid. Satellites are another type of remote sensing tool being used by NASA researchers to help archaeologists and paleontologists. In fact, NASA archaeologist Dr. Tom Seaver has been using satellite data to help us understand why the Mayan civilization in Guatemala collapsed and how current populations may be able to prevent future disaster. Let me try to break it down for you. Between the 3rd and 9th century, the Mayan civilization in Central America flourished. But after about the 9th century, they collapsed, leaving archaeologists few clues as to why this once mighty civilization disappeared. This is where NASA comes in. Our remote sensing satellites can detect even small changes within the electromagnetic spectrum. So sand, cultivated soil, vegetation, and rocks each have distinctive spectral signatures, which are easily distinguished from each other. So archaeologists can use info from the remote sensing satellites to quickly target specific areas of interest, then send teams to that area to validate the findings. Dr. Seaver and his team have already found several previously undiscovered sites and feel confident that they know where others are, thanks to NASA's remote sensing satellites. That is how NASA is helping researchers find old ruins. But remote sensing satellites are also helping us understand why the Mayan civilization may have disappeared. Today, the Patan rainforest in Guatemala is covered with trees and is not heavily populated. But it was not like this during the peak of the Mayan civilization. In fact, during that time, this region had a population of about 2,000 people per square mile, which is about the same as current-day Los Angeles. With a population that large, the Mayas had to farm huge areas of land. To do this, they employed a technique called slash and burn, which eventually destroyed virtually every tree for hundreds of miles. Computer models show that as the trees disappeared, so did the rain, which caused temperatures to increase by 5 to 6 degrees. All of these shifts may have caused malnutrition and disease, which in turn contributed to its collapse. This information is especially important for us today because slash and burn techniques are once again being used in the areas that were once Mayan strongholds. Understanding what happened to the Mayas may dissuade current generations of farmers from following the same destructive path. So, as you can see, NASA technology is being used for a lot more than just to help us in space. It's being used to help save lives back here on Earth, too.
Hey, in a little bit, we'll swing back out here to Jamestown to talk with Dr. Kelso. But first, let's head to North Dakota. Johnny Alonzo's there to see what a mummified dinosaur and NASA have in common. Hang on tight, you're watching NASA 360.
Hey, how's it going? Let me ask you something. Have you ever seen a real dinosaur? And I'm not talking about one of those dinosaurs you might see in the movies or even the skeletons in the museums. I'm talking about a real dinosaur with skin, muscle, and bones. Yeah, it might be hard nowadays considering the fact that dinosaurs lived, what, hundreds of millions of years ago. But what if I told you that researchers found a dinosaur just like that? Would you believe it? Well, if you said no, you better start believing. Because a few years ago, researchers found an actual mummified dinosaur that was still intact from the skin, to cartilage, to muscle. A mummified hadrosaur named Dakota is so unique in its discovery that it's changing what researchers thought they knew about dinosaurs. I rolled out to Bismarck, North Dakota to speak with my buddy Dr. John Hoganson about this amazing discovery and to find out how NASA is helping unearth more clues.
All right.
Oh, wow, are you kidding me?
Yeah, this is the
this is so cool.
This is the tail section of the duck-billed dinosaur called Dakota, and it's being prepared here at the North Dakota Geological Survey Preparation Laboratory here at the Heritage Center in Bismarck.
This is something else. Wow. So, Doc, how was this dinosaur found?
Well, this fossil was found in 1999 by Tyler Leeson down in Marmarth, North Dakota, which is in the southwest corner of the state. He was only a sophomore in high school at the time, but was out exploring for fossils actually on his uncle's property down in the Badlands. Now, this is a hadrosaur called Edmontosaurus. That's a scientific name for this particular species of dinosaur. Hadrosaurs were duck-billed dinosaurs. They were a group of dinosaurs that were referred to as duck-billed dinosaurs because their snouts were compressed. Then it's very similar to a modern duck.
So what is so unique about this fossil?
Well, you know, generally paleontologists, when we're out exploring for fossils, will only find individual bones or fragments of jaws or things like that. Okay. This particular dinosaur called Dakota is not only a complete skeleton, but it's very unique because the skin is actually preserved on this animal. So the entire skeleton appears to be wrapped in the skin that it was enclosed in. This is called a mummified dinosaur, but it's not a mummy in the sense of what we generally think about, like an Egyptian mummy that has been embalmed for preservation. The skin on this animal is actually preserved because it's been replaced by a mineral called siderite, which is an iron carbonate kind of mineral, which is very hard and has preserved the skin.
All right, so how did NASA get involved with this dinosaur discovery? Well, researchers needed a way to scan through all the layers of rock to see all the dinosaur, and since this thing weighs about 10 tons, they needed a really, really big scanner.
Well, you know, when we usually find these fossils in the field, we generally just find the bones, the skeletons, and it was determined early on during the excavation process that this particular dinosaur was covered in skin. So it was decided to take these skeleton blocks out still entombed in the rock. So big blocks of rocks were removed. And At that point, it was decided that the best technology to use to determine the position of the bones in the rock and the completeness of the skeleton was to use CAT scan technologies, and that's where NASA was asked if they could help with this. And it's been a very good approach, because with this tail block that we're working on right now, we, through the CAT scan technology, are able to know where the bones are before we actually start digging through the rock matrix.
Luckily for these guys, NASA operates the largest CT scanner in the world. Located at a Boeing facility in Canoga Park, California, this scanner's first priority is to inspect large space shuttle parts. Well, the task for Dakota was not all that different. So they loaded Dakota on a truck and shipped it off to California. When it arrived, the scanner was able to penetrate the dense iron carbonate that surrounded the dinosaur's tail section, and right away, researchers saw bones, tissue, and cartilage.
Well, since I've been a paleontologist, which has been a few years, there's been a lot of technological changes and advancements that have really helped the science. In addition to the CAT scan technology that we've been talking about here, there's a lot of remote sensing type of technologies that are available to us now, global position systems, mapping, LiDAR kinds of laser mapping, various other kinds of technologies that assist us in the field actually locating and positioning the fossil finds, because it's very important to us to know where in the rock column the fossil is found, and also, of course, the geographic position of the fossil. We also use CAT scans for determining the bone structures of skulls, and also the size of brain cases in skulls, fossil skulls that have been found. So technology is used extensively now in paleontology. We're preparing this for exhibit. The tail and one of the arms will be prepared and put on exhibit here at the North Dakota Heritage Center, which is open to the public. So we plan to have it here for quite some time if people are interested in coming and seeing it.
Good, absolutely. Well, Doctor, thank you so much for having us here at the North Dakota Heritage Center.
Really good to have you here.
Most definitely. Thank you. Hey, in a little bit, I'm going to tell you how NASA's bringing history to life on the Lewis and Clark Trail. So don't go anywhere. It's coming right up. You're watching NASA 360.
Okay, so the first English settlers landed here in Jamestown in 1607, but the first years, oh, they were rough. In fact, for many years, there was question as to whether this small fort would actually survive. There was starvation and a lot of sickness. But thanks to some local Indians and some resupply from England, this small little fort held on and it began to flourish. In fact, from 1612 to 1698, Jamestown was the capital of the whole country. That changed when a fire swept through the State House and it forced the capital to be moved to Williamsburg. Just a few years later, Jamestown was gone, both physically and in memory. Over the centuries, people believed that the old fort and all of its artifacts had actually washed away into the James River. But that all changed in 1994, when the Association for the Preservation of Virginia Antiquities, or for short, the APVA, commissioned an archaeological dig in the area where the original fort was thought to be. Why? Well, APVA lead archaeologist Dr. Bill Kelso believed the original fort had not been washed away at all. He had a hunch that he knew where to find the fort, and this old church had something to do with it.
The reason that I started digging where I did was that the church, there's a church tower here that's the only original above ground part of Jamestown, 17th century, and the church was originally in the midst of the fort. Right. One of the records said this, you know, so well, it ought to be around here somewhere, so starting near the church was the key. And it was an area that had never really been looked at before, ironically enough. It's high ground, it's really made sense now that we know where the fort is.
Can you walk me through the kind of the excavation process, the recording, we were talking a little bit about the technology, and then where do the artifacts go from there?
Well, artifacts are removed from their soil, and once we understand the context, we call it, where they're found, they're taken to a lab. and they're washed, and then some of these, like these iron objects, would have to be conserved. Some things, probably 1 or 2% of what we have here will go on exhibit. We have a museum here, and there are other traveling exhibits and other things that we do just to tell the Jamestown story.
How are we going to do this?
Oh my God! It's all metal down to here. That's why it's all together.
That's Lord Delaware's. That comes over to Lord Delaware.
Dr. Kelso, how long have you been an archaeologist?
Well, I started probably 1607, something like that.
Wow,
45,
you look great.
Thank you very much.
Wait, over 400 years old. Gosh.
It's been a while, 45 years, I guess I'd say. Yeah.
All right, so in that time, in those 45 years, tell me, what have you seen? What changes have you seen? Technological advances.
Well,
the
the major technological advance, you would think that we would have invented X-ray vision, and we'd save a lot of digging.
Right.
But that hasn't happened. There are certain machines that can give you some reading below ground without digging, remote sensing. But what I think the breakthrough has been in recording, the record of archaeology, because archaeology, I think, in the past is something that's viewed as destructive. But now we have the technology through a GIS program that we can record almost in 3 dimensions, and we're close. And if you can record in 3 dimensions, then you can actually replicate the site again digitally, and re-look at it. That still doesn't replace just blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, it's just down, it's digging, it's stooping, it's using our main instrument here is just this small shovel, and it takes a long time to dig out a hole like this with something like this, and but we have to do that so that we don't disturb artifacts.
So tell me about some of the amazing things you found.
Well, we've found over 1 million artifacts in this project. But there are certain things that really do stand out.
One of those things that stands out is a lead luggage tag with its destination stamped on it, Jamestown. This tag made the long journey from England to the New World on a wooden ship, then was discarded into the bottom of a well. After its rediscovery, 400 years later, it would again be making a long trip, this time into space. To help celebrate the 400th anniversary of Jamestown, this lowly luggage tag was placed aboard the space shuttle Atlantis, where it traveled nearly 6 million miles around the Earth. After the space flight was over, the tag was returned to Jamestown, where it went back on display in the Jamestown Archaearium with other artifacts from the old fort.
I think it really highlights the sort of age-old exploration process that in 1607, you had to get the vehicles, you had to raise the money, you had to get the political things in order, the charter to come to Virginia, and dress appropriately with armor and closed helmets, and because it was an alien environment, you had to put some kind of it is almost like a space station, here, or an outpost to begin to explore an unknown environment in Virginia,
And NASA's continuing to do that.
Right, and here's the colonization of the moon, and what are the problems? Well, you got to get there, you got to have the right vehicles. What do you take with you? How do you survive in this alien environment? You put an artificial surface around you, and you dress appropriately. So it's really an age-old thing, this whole psychological need to explore, spiritual need to explore, I think, is still today just as it was at the time of Jamestown.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about this correlation between the early explorers, yourself, your explorer, and then the future explorers.
Well, I'm kind of an explorer of explorers, the original explorers. I mean, we're trying to figure out what it was like to explore and to discover, and our project's called Jamestown Rediscovery. We're not discovering Jamestown, we're rediscovering it. And a good example is this space here, this was used as a laboratory to study the minerals and the iron ore of this new land, to see if it could be profitable to come here. And so I think that's very similar to what I've read about explorations, especially on Mars. They send out vehicles and they do drilling and they look at the materials, and that's what was going on here. And so this space was where I'm sure people that you heard of before, Captain John Smith walking around here. Maybe Pocahontas checking out the blacksmith shop.
That is so cool. What an amazing job you have.
Well, that's the payoff is to feel the place, to walk the places, to be in the places where these historical events happened. And so then the events take on much more meaning than if you just read them in textbooks.
Earlier, Dr. Kelso mentioned the similarities between the 1607 Jamestown explorers and NASA's future space explorers. What about all the explorers in between? Guys like Daniel Boone, Neil Armstrong come to mind, as well as many countless others who have helped broaden our knowledge through exploration. Perhaps two of the most famous names in American exploration history are Lewis and Clark. You ever heard of them? They blazed a trail through the American West, mapping out their path as they went. So what do you think? Did NASA have anything to do with the Lewis and Clark expedition? Well, not the original trip, but NASA is helping out now. Johnny Alonso will tell you all about it.
All right, so we've seen a lot today how NASA's helping archaeologists and paleontologists through remote sensing. These remote sensing devices have helped us unearth some really cool findings in places like Cambodia, Central America, and the American Southwest. And they've also helped along one of the most famous trails in American history, the Lewis and Clark Trail. To find out how NASA helped map this 200-year-old trail, I rolled up to Fort Manda in North Dakota, to where Lewis and Clark spent their first winter.
Before we get into NASA's involvement, let's go back a few hundred years at the beginning of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Back in 1804, when the expedition began, we knew almost nothing about what was to the west of St. Louis. So President Thomas Jefferson commissioned Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to lead an expedition west to find the first all-water route to the Pacific Ocean. This was an epic journey, taking several years and 3,700 miles to complete. During this trip, they collected samples of plants and animals, met many of the different Indian tribes of the West, and brought back detailed data about the route that they had taken.
But even though they brought back some pretty good maps and data, they still weren't 100% accurate. That's because most of these journals weren't written right away, or they were written after a hard day's travel. And many of the entries contained geographical inaccuracies. So, this is where NASA comes in.
Researchers from NASA Stennis Space Center took the maps of Lewis and Clark and combined them with high-resolution images taken from satellites and aircraft. They created maps with a 360-degree view of an area where the explorers traveled. From that view, archaeologists could follow the trails as if they were flying over the actual landscape in real time and in any direction or angle they chose. Researchers pored over these maps looking for telltale signs of human disturbances unique to the Lewis and Clark expedition. With this technique, archaeologists were able to narrow down some of the possible sites from many miles to a few acres. This information is helping to find Lewis and Clark artifacts that provide a clearer understanding of the expedition and what the lives of those early explorers had been like. And don't forget, NASA has a new generation of explorers too, that'll soon be going back to the moon and on to Mars. So in the future, when we talk about great explorers, there's no doubt that NASA's astronauts will be on the list.
It's amazing, isn't it? Just when you thought you knew everything about NASA, we throw something else at you. So as you can see, NASA's not only trying to help shape our future, it's also making the past clearer. But that's it for this episode. For Jennifer Pulley, I'm Johnny Alonso. I'll catch you next time on NASA 360. By dinosaur. That's right, it was still in. These remote sensing devices have helped us on. Two.
Why? Well, APVA lead archaeologist Dr. Bill Kelso believed he thought.
To find out how NASA helped. Two. That's right, a mummified hadrosaur named Dakota.
Let's head out to North Dakota. Johnny Alonso is learning how NASA technology was used to unearth some really cool, really unique guys like Daniel Boone and Neil Armstrong may come to mind, as well as many countless Dr.
I rolled out to Fort Manda in North Dakota. Damn, that was it. That was it. I'll say it right this time.
the city better.
Yeah, definitely, and we can, unless you guys have already made contacts with the high school, we can reach out to them.
What were the suggestions as far as the content of the mural?
Well, there really hasn't been any suggestions or ideas brought forward when it first started. Like here on the side of City Hall, they wanted to kind of highlight the diversity in LaVergne.
Yeah.
So with that being said, we're kind of open, you know, to anything. And like Ms. Ann said, any ideas would come back before this board.
Yeah.
And then once approved, or you guys make a recommendation, then we'd take it before the Board of Mayor and Alderman.
And is that something that we can change, like a theme for each thing moving forward, so to speak?
I would think so.
Like the underpass would be something different, the water tower potentially
Right.
something different
Yeah.
too? Okay.
So it wouldn't have to be the exact same thing. And there may be a possibility, you know, that we can do both of them at the same time, the underpass and the side of City Hall here.
And I like that idea. I think that we could do both. I mean, because the kids probably, I mean, a lot of times when you hire a muralist, they come in and they have, and justifiably have their fees of, hey, I'm putting this labor into it, let me do it. Well, as with teenagers, they're just excited to leave a mark, and they're going to be doing a lot of volunteer hours. But at the same token, I do like the idea of diversity, something about diversity on the side of City Hall. I think that's what should be on City Hall, not something with the high school students. High school students, they should have free reign to be creative, and I don't think that necessarily that would be something City Hall appropriate, because I would rather it not just be the youth, but the whole community being represented on City Hall.
Right, so if we do like the underpass as a recurring senior project type of thing.
Yeah.
And we do something more professional for side of City Hall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the artist that I reached out to about all this, she's within what our budget would be, but she also teaches painting classes. So I reached out to her about working with the high school kids so that they could learn the process from her, and she was totally down with that because she's a teacher, so she likes to educate with that. There are some things with like they can't really be up on ladders and stuff, but if we're doing like a base paint with rollers, they can be out there getting it done and being part of the process and seeing what a professional artist does. But she was very well within the budget we talked about, with probably some left over for the underpass. So in her scope and in our budget, we could probably do both projects around the same time.
Okay, I like that idea.
She was really open to it too, so she's cool. She's based out of Clarksville, but you know, she's like kind of newer to the industry, so she's just excited.
Would it be possible to marry the two ideas? If we have like the high school, but they have like whoever's in charge of like the arts clubs and stuff, like if they have somebody supervising them, but also she's still kind of doing her thing with like teaching them and stuff, like is that something possible?
Yeah, totally. I think that'd probably be better for her too, because they have a familiar adult face to interface with.
And probably a lot of kids and one adult.
Right.
Yeah, there's probably gonna be, I mean, if we're doing something like this, it's gonna be a few teenagers, and one adult for that one group is gonna be a handful.
Yeah, I mean, it also depends on the interest
have
too.
any
It's like we could be talking about this, and then like two kids are like, I can do it.
Yeah, that's another
Yes.
thing. We gotta
Working
see if
together
even
with the
teenagers wanna do something like this. We need to make sure that they're even ready to take on this kinda.
Yeah, just like an interest.
I would
pool.
love to give this as an opportunity for them, but if it's something they don't wanna do, then they don't wanna do it.
Do you have contact, or are you involved with the high school art program?
I'm
at
not,
all?
no.
You two?
This would be
Not
something where we're probably
particularly,
gonna
but
do some groundwork.
I don't mind reaching out if need be. Do you know, is your artist a he or she? I didn't catch it.
Well, Alexis, she's
Okay,
her, her page, if you guys want to look it up, it's Beneath Twisted Ferns. So she's got a Facebook page. She's got all of her work posted on there, and she's got a highlight reel that I was trying to pull up, but she's got really good style. And I sent her the poster as an example, and she's like, "Yeah, that level of detail. This is where I do it." But she has the experience to like, you know,
roughly what her schedule looks like, to where if it's something where we can start to get the ball rolling. We have a meeting in April. I know that there was a timeline with the grant before June, correct?
June 15th.
Okay, so it would have to definitely be completely done before that. So if we could get the ball rolling, we'll talk a better timeline here shortly.
Yeah, that's kind of the
To
thing.
where if we can start with City Hall, and then if we have the possibility of the high school students with the arts club and whatever, and her, they kind of start with the City Hall, and then the high school arts club can branch off to the underpass, and then all of that be done before the deadline of June 15th.
Yeah, or is that biting off too much? Like, should we
I don't
try to
know,
focus on
that's what I was curious, as if that's possible, because I know the grant had the deadline.
Right.
I would rather her focus on City Hall first. I think what you're saying I'm in line with is City Hall needs to come first.
Yeah. Do we know if there's any like summer arts programs for the high school kids that like maybe the underpass could be a summer project?
Well, then I don't think that falls under the grant then.
Oh.
Is that right? Like, am I understanding
Well, I
that
don't think it
correct?
has to be. I think it's just for, so the high school kids do not have to be involved. I think
Okay.
the money is up to the city to spend however they see fit, as long as it's going towards some type of beautification.
So it just has to be spent by then?
Yes.
The project can be completed slower than that?
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay.
I can find out
We have
though.
to have it.
I mean, we could buy
Usually-
Paint dry June 15th. Paint dry June 15th.
Yeah, usually it has to be completed by then.
Okay, that's what I was trying to think of, like, if there was a way, if we got the ball rolling now and it was like a step-by-step process, but we still would have almost 6 months from now until the grant's finished up, to where if we have, we'll say 3 months, because we would still have to get it approved by the board for her to start her portion, and then another 2 months or so for the high school to be able to start their portion, so to speak. And then that would give them their time, but it's still, we still run into it has to be done basically by June 15th.
To expedite.
And honestly, the seniors graduate May, so they're gonna wanna be done by May too, so.
Should we not have a meeting sooner than April to
I don't know.
give us more time?
I don't know if we have another Monday available between now and April. I know next month is a Greenway.
Historical's March.
Yeah, so April is our next available. Because there are other committees that hold meetings in here throughout the week.
Yeah. Check with Jason, he'd probably have a better idea.
I think moving forward, if we're gonna get anything before this board and then get it before BOMA, we need to come up, what is actually diversity in LaVergne? You know,
Yeah.
we need to figure out how we're gonna approach that. What do we wanna approach that? You know, you've seen all the murals of the angel wings and stuff that was brought up this morning. Do we wanna go that route? Is that really diversity in LaVergne, or is that just more of a photo op? I don't know. It's all new to us.
What
We're in the
about-
same boat you guys are, because we're like, yeah, we really don't know how to approach this.
Well, what about incorporating things that are available to all the residents in the county? The seniors, the children's sporting, that they can get involved in, and scouts, and whatever.
Yeah, and see, that's where like this board and your ideas would have to come together.
Right.
And then we don't want to take it over, because we want you guys to have the input. You know?
Absolutely.
We want to take y'all's vision and push it forward. We don't want to waste y'all's time and say, we're not interested in what you guys, we're going to go this route.
Right.
You know, we don't want to do that.
So then should we do the two separate possibilities, focus on the City Hall first and then the underpass just completely separate?
I think we should do it separate.
Yeah, I
think
would
at that
almost
point, we don't
do
need to
that.
involve high school.
And then when it comes to the underpass, we leave that up to the kids, you know, as long as they present something to this board that's gonna be their vision of what they want to relay, unlike what's on City Hall. City Hall is going to be the whole community. That's going to be the senior class or that art class for that year.
So then how do we advertise it, for lack of better words, to them that that is something that they will then have the opportunity to do, so that they do have something to come present to us?
I like the idea of what you just said. The art classes, talk to the art teachers, because they know who are the artistic ones. They'll be the ones to be able to get the word out and say in their classrooms, look, you're graduating, the city is giving you an opportunity to do a great piece, and it has to be a group project. And I think we should make that deadline of, they have to, one, come up with and they can do it on their end, come up with 3 choices of their designs, and then vote on it on their end, what they like the most that is appropriate, and then bring it before us on April 17th. And then we either approve it or not. But I think as long as there's a teacher that they work with, and it's the art teacher, I think that she will have enough, she'll be able to say that this is good to be put on the city.
Okay, so who wants to reach out to the art program? You?
I don't mind, or you can do it, Tab,
I
whatever.
don't have a preference.
I'll do it, it's okay.
Let's go with you, yeah. Okay, so, and you'll reach out to LaVergne High School Arts Program and see what interest is like, and if this is even feasible for this timeline, because if it's not gonna work out for the next 6 weeks, then we can approach them again about something later on, but.
And we can just worry about it.
So you want to
First
do
thing
it
that's
like
more important right now is City Hall. We need to do it for the community.
Right, yeah.
But I do like how you said to kind of have that ready for then the next, so then we're not kind of stuck in this position where we're almost gonna waste the next meeting too.
I almost
So if we
think
can.
the Greenway thing might be, I don't know how big it is here in Laverne, but like a homecoming type of event, like fall. So like the incoming senior class has something that they can do beginning of the semester. They have something they can look at all year.
And that's the thing we can think about. If we're too tight on the timeline, because I didn't really think much about the meeting timeline. If it's to where it's too late to do it for 2023, we might have to just hang our heads sadly and say it's too late for 2023. Maybe we should do this in the fall and do that as a homecoming, and they will have, or we can even present it at the beginning of the year, and they have a whole year to really think about what they want to do as a
class.
As a
So
class.
I think you're going to get some of that feedback from when you interface with the art kids, but
Yeah.
I think for now we need to kind of focus on what the content for City Hall really wants to be.
So
I didn't find much. The best I could find is a tie-in to like an Adler tree. So a large tree of some kind with diverse branches.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I got now. What else, what did you guys come up with, or what were you thinking about?
I didn't come up with any kind of ideas for the design. I am no artist at like.
Draw
no.
my tree real quick.
But
I like the tree idea.
That's what I was actually going to suggest. So when I was coming up with ideas for artists,
Where's the tree?
I had made the post and got everybody's input, and it was like, this person lives in LaVergne, this person used to live in LaVergne, when I was getting a lot of feedback and whatnot. So I can reach out to the community the best I can, because I still think I'm fairly new here, and get other people's opinions around LaVergne on what they think is diversity in LaVergne, and kind of get some ideas that we can give to the artist. And then, I mean, she's the artist that then, you know, kind of puts
She was like wanting to
ideas
draw something today. I'm like, hang on.
Yeah.
We don't know.
They put it all the magic in place.
So what says diversity to you? Like first thoughts.
The thing is,
So many different things.
Yeah.
Nope, that just sounded
So
pretty
for
plain.
me, I think it's just that our community, the truth is that we are one big group of people that has a lot of different nationalities, a lot of different, I mean, honestly, colors. I mean, we have so
Your
much.
cliche melting pot. Yeah.
And it's a beautiful thing. I mean, we fight a lot. I mean, I won't lie, and might as well just call a spade a spade. We fight a lot, but that's because we have so many beautiful opinions and we're passionate. And so that's something that should be, and instead of us just focus on it as a negative, we should focus on it as and celebrate it, I think, because we do have people who are passionate about this city.
Okay, so like what's an example of somebody's, like a tangible art drawing of somebody's culture? Like, we have food, we have art, we have like design ideas, we've got language, there's some diversity there, but how do we show that in a mural? Do we take a poll of what everybody's nationalities are and try to speak to something?
Well, that's what I was gonna say, like, I would just reach out and see what other people's thoughts were, because I feel like you'll have so many different perspectives of what,
What if it was like welcome in everybody's language or something?
I like that, like in different places throughout the mural.
Yeah. I don't know the demographics enough of LaVergne to say for sure, like, oh, we have
I don't
like
either.
huge Somali population.
Good idea.
I like that though.
Yeah.
And
I like that a lot.
do we want that selfie concept of it too, where somebody's walking into City Hall for some reason and they can stop and take a selfie?
Well, the only reason I like, I like the Angel Wings idea only because we are part of Greater Nashville.
Right.
And that is so Nashville. I know it's like woo girl Nashville, but we are, we're the Greater Nashville area. But I think more than that, like you said, you kind of have that selfie aspect, and I think it'll bring kind of the pride aspect of we live here, we're from here, we chose this to be home. If it's not the Angel Wings, is there another idea?
Tree branches?
I love the tree idea. If there was a way that it could be like you're leaned up against the tree, like you can lean on us, like it's a.
And then it's got this.
Ooh,
here,
I
look
got
at
an
this.
idea.
and
I got an idea. I got an
Sketch.
idea. What if we
That's the tree.
put, and I mean, y'all can say this is a really bad idea if it's a really bad idea.
Stamp
But
it.
what if we do like, so if we do like a tree and that be the main thing.
Yeah.
But then, and then decorate like the bark of it, what if we have the wings?
How about
Like their feathers?
Like,
base of
like
the
as
tree
if it was
be like
carved
LaVergne.
into the bark.
As you
Like
go up-
instead
We
of
are talking about a
have all
brick
these
wall.
branches that would depict all these different nationalities, foods and everything.
I like this. I was actually about to say the same thing, but with the roots. So he's saying like, the trunk would be like LaVergne, but each of the branches be like a different nationality, or
Yes.
like you said, it can say welcome in different languages, or
Right.
however we try to,
Depict their foods and everything and their customs if possible.
whichever way we decide to like convey
That would
diversity.
show the diversity.
Okay, so Nashville has wings, we have branches.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or strong roots. So I was
And
gonna
roots,
say like
yeah.
this
Either way.
similar thing if, because strong roots is.
Well, the roots could be community and the
it's a sign
things
of
that bring us
strength.
together.
Right.
That can
And
be
then we
like
could
your love, your
go-
compassion,
Yeah.
your neighborly.
I think whatever direction you go, maybe a banner with LaVergne actually painted out on the top, and then whatever you have beneath there.
Well, the bark of the
Somebody
tree.
does take a photo op.
Okay,
You could say the trunk, you could write LaVergne down the trunk.
And then you've got to get these ideas on paper, so we're gonna have to figure out who's gonna do that, so we can present them, not only to you guys, but to the board also.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like Alexis, if I gave her what we were talking about, that she would throw together a sketch for us, and we could go through kind of just some different options with her.
Well,
Yeah, and
the
if she-
artist at the school would be very beneficial for that.
Yeah. Okay.
I like it. One thing I want to also, and I don't know if it would be something she would be able to do, but is there any way to also have one of the branches maybe focus on the senior center?
Oh,
in
yeah.
some way?
I mean, we can put as many branches as we want on it. So maybe we
Yeah.
start brainstorming about that
I just
kind
know
of
that,
thing.
again, that's
About
something that we're
nationalities.
all very passionate about, is the senior center and just how we like to work with our seniors.
I was gonna say, do we want to reach out to the senior center and see if they have any particular things that they would like to be represented by?
Ooh, yes, we can definitely do
Like,
that.
here's a pan of brownies. I don't know. Softball.
Yeah, banana pudding. Yeah.
Something. Yeah, I mean, I think with the timeline we're working on, we want to keep it not as simple as possible, but we want to keep it moving forward. And if we do something where we can expand on it later, add more things to it, kind of get it done, get it up, get the, you know, the outlines drawn, and we can finesse it from there.
I like the direction we're headed. I think that I like the tree idea, the branches, because we are a beautiful, diverse, I mean, I'm glad that diversity is our main idea for the city hall, because
What do we think about actual, like, words?
That's what I was about to say, the same thing. So are we gonna put words on each of the roots and each of the branches?
How about a flag? I mean, flag
Flag can be like
on
waving.
each branch.
Okay.
Okay.
So if we got flags, food, language, banana pudding.
I would like
feel
to
like
have
the
maybe
food would be a little bit odd because we're
Food
gonna
is
be
gonna
like
be weird,
picking
yeah.
like tacos off of tree branches, and I mean, I'm here for it, but I just don't know like so many different foods. Like I don't know.
So do we want to stick more with like a nice script? I mean, I don't love word art personally, but I think for the mural it might work.
I like the idea of like the branches each. I loved your welcome in the different languages. I really liked that, but like you said, we need to find out the demographics. I love the flag idea. I think that kind of gives like a visualization to each of the languages. And I really love the roots being like strong words that we would all use to describe the community,
That could
because
be
your
like-
roots are your strong foundation.
Your government,
Okay.
industry, different things like that, or what?
Community or I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head.
You
I'm
want to
just
do the
shooting
same thing you
ideas
did
out
with
there.
when you reached out and see what like words people in the
Yes.
community think of?
Yep.
You've got high school, you've got community.
Yes.
And do you want to do senior center too?
I can
Does anybody
definitely
have a
ask.
connect at the senior center?
Yeah. I can ask around.
I can get a hold of the senior center if you'd like. I have them all in a group chat.
You guys want to flip for it, or Tab, do you want something to do?
She's probably closer connected.
Okay. So Tabitha, you're doing the senior center and the community poll for root words, we'll say?
Yeah, root words.
Root words. And then kind of stick to...
Senior center, how they would like to be represented.
Right. And we can bring it like 3D too, if we really, you know, if we look at it and we have enough for it, we throw a bench out there.
Create the
Some hay
foundation.
bales, something.
Yes.
Of the
Like,
community.
bring it down off the
Somehow or
walls.
another.
You're under the tree, but you're not at the side of the building.
I like this direction.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
So the tree's obviously going to be our main focal point, but what else?
Yeah.
Are we just going to have just a really big tree and then like a plain background? Or are we going to try?
I was thinking about like almost like a greenery, like blue sky, just like on a hill somewhere. Maybe like I don't know, should we have buildings in the background, or what do you think?
How big of a mural are we talking about?
I think we said a 10 by 30, right?
30.
Yeah, it was either 30 or 40, I can't remember.
We could either
But there's
have,
2 doors in the middle of it. So we kind of, like, the concept, why a big part of why I came up with the tree was so the tree can go up and around the doors. Because it is kind of a weird thing. And again, like I was saying to her, like, this is a brick wall, so we can't do, like, you know, it's got to be visible from 40 feet away. Type
what
of
about
simple
having
type of
like
thing.
clouds with the different activities that are available in the, like the park, activities for kids, football, baseball, that kind of thing?
Like a fit, like
big
a
around the
literal basketball in the
Our old
sky?
timers thing,
So is that what you're thinking, like the actual, like instead of clouds, or like clouds as a basketball?
have the clouds, but then put these activities on the cloud.
Okay.
What do you think?
Activity clouds.
You know, like the old timers day,
Yeah, and it may be old hat to whoever you pass this on to. They, you know, they may be able to relay it a whole lot better than us just sitting here kicking it around.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think if we get the community input, especially on
Yeah.
the root words, we can grow from there.
Yeah, I definitely take advantage of the whole space though, and fill it up.
Yeah.
If we can try to find things that represent LaVergne and diversity best, I think that would be most ideal to help with filling the space.
Yeah. That would be the welcome and the flag and that kind of a thing, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that one thing that we could do, so like when you were saying the background idea, so when I was thinking with background is just a tree as if we were like at a park or something, just standing out. And then you're saying clouds with activities. I really like that idea. But in like some dead space, if there is any, what are your thoughts on our mission statement really standing out? So that way that can be like, not just, or like one area can say welcome to LaVergne, but then also have our mission statement, which I need to learn it, but.
I was gonna say, what is it? How many words and how long it is can affect that.
What about instead of welcoming all the different, well, that'd be good too, but just have welcome at the very top, like a rainbow shape, and just say welcome.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that would be towards, like, if we're doing the selfie idea, that would be kind of towards the top of the bottom of the tree. So that if they're underneath it, then they have the main welcome with like LaVergne established, whatever.
And have the other ones as well.
Right, and then everything would be around that. Because we do, like, when we're doing the selfie idea, we have this much of it that we want people to take a picture of, but then we also want it to be eye-catching. So when we focus in on what they're going to hashtag, we need that space to be clear. So
We should have a lot of them say hashtags.
That's what I was gonna say. We need a hashtag idea then too, if you do a selfie idea.
When you're talking about like a mission statement or something, I believe the city's mission statement pretty much is a place to call home. That's their slogan. So I don't know if you want to include that.
Okay, I like that. Short and sweet and to the point.
A place to call home?
Place to call home.
Yeah, that works. Look, it fits in my tree.
Would that be at the bottom of the very bottom?
I mean, that's
I would think it'd
completely
be
up to
rainbow.
y'all.
Top, bottom, hashtag it.
Yeah.
You know.
You can just say LaVergne, a place to call home, something like that.
I like that. Yeah, like, you
Or
know,
welcome
LaVergne,
home.
a place to call home. I like that.
Do you know off the top of your head what year it was established?
51 years ago.
72.
All right. Cool, yeah. I like it. 'Cause
I
it
really like
splits right in the middle there.
And the thing is that we also have to like also understand that she's gonna have some artistic freedom and she's gonna say, okay, this is what you want. She's gonna make it. Just,
Right. We're giving her ideas. She'll blossom it for
Right.
sure.
Yeah.
Excited to see it.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you know somebody.
Yeah, it's what I sell coffee. So one of those things through the vendor network is like you just run into people and like she was a friend of a friend of a friend. And then we started talking on Facebook and I was like, oh, I know a mural artist. So
awesome.
Here we go. All right, well, does anybody have any other diversity ideas? Anything come to anybody in the last couple of minutes?
Can't think of anything.
I'm stuck on a literal melting pot, so.
I think if you were gonna do anything else with diversity and you wanted it opened up to the kids at the high school and get their opinions or what they thought and let them put it down. I don't know
Sure.
if you wanna get, I don't know how complex we wanna get, If you're already passing ideas on to somebody else, do we want competing ideas also and then several ideas come to you guys and y'all pick the best or?
Yeah, I mean, if a high schooler, if you get the feedback from the art teacher that there's a kid that's like really into it and can have something ready by the next meeting, for sure.
Mhm.
But I'm just thinking like in the timeline to get even that announced and then to create it, like 6 weeks is a little, But yeah,
Okay.
but if they come back with it and they're like, we're really into it and they come up with something brilliant that isn't a tree, then.
So kind of like have two options presented to us about the diversity of LaVergne, kind of like give them the opportunity to make up their own idea.
Yeah, if
and
they're
present it
even
to us
into it,
on
yeah.
April 17th. Okay.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Okay.
I would say we need to steer clear of politics and religion. Don't incorporate anything like that in it.
Agreed.
I agree.
Yeah, I wouldn't think, I agree with you 100%. I don't think people would be opposed to, like, if you're talking about the roots or the branches, one of those just being faith because it's general. You're not Christian faith, Muslim faith. I think if you just went with faith, you'd be okay.
Root word.
I agree.
I think one of the root words should be family, because we're trying to focus a lot on families.
Is there something prominent in history that LaVergne is known for that we could incorporate in it?
Industrial area. You know, the co-op's been here forever.
Go into the roots.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
When the city was incorporated, you know, Bridgestone or Firestone came in probably early to mid 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like in the background of the poster from last week, I think the silo or something is in it as like a, just kind of a basic block drawing. Like we could do that type of level of detail, like behind the tree too. Do you guys still, are you in contact with the person that designed that still at all? Is that person interested?
Do we? The OTF posters? You're talking about the Old Timers Day posters?
Yeah, it was like real hatch print, and it was just like a guy playing guitar.
Yeah.
The skyline was really cool and interesting, I think, for what we could do in the background.
You know what, and we can get you guys copies of those of the last several years of Old Timers Day, but is that geared more towards the old, or do we want to gear it towards old and new? Can you take a combination of both of them and put them together?
Yeah.
You know, we don't want, that's the problem we're struggling with now with Old Timers Day is the branding of it, Old Timers Day. Are we running away the new residents to this area because they're not attracted to that?
Right.
You know, so I think there's a way you could do both of them, but we're not opposed to getting you guys those posters, copies of those posters and letting you see.
Yeah, who was the artist though? They might have a little more like experience, you know, if we've gone through them for other LaVergne things.
And got that. 2019 is the poster that was the first draft, and I think Big Visual did it.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not 100% sure.
All right.
So, but I can get with Ann and get that information, and then I can email you, because I've got them all saved for the last few years, starting with that one.
Yeah, because they might have something ready to go where we've already been through, like, hey, what's LaVergne known for? And they're like, oh, we've got this adder tree we've been sitting on for 2 years, so that might get us a little further, faster.
Okay, so we're figuring out more root words from the community, getting their input, kind of seeing get the creative juices flowing. I'm reaching out to the senior center to see kind of their ideas of how they would like to be represented. That's kind of the old and the new as well. Ann's gonna reach out to the arts club director to talk with some of the kids. That's again kind of bringing the old and the new together, which I love that I didn't kind of put all that together at first. I'll be honest with you, it's been a day. This 17th, is that when we're supposed to have a final draft and move it on to VOMA potentially?
I think that's what's best.
Is that what the plan is?
It would.
Okay,
yeah,
so
17th
we
would be
need,
nice.
I'm sorry?
The 17th would be nice.
Okay.
And if we need to get together between now and then in a not as formal meeting as this, we can always meet at the Parks Building.
Okay. I just needed to know that was a goal. I need to, okay.
Yeah, that goes by quick.
It does.
If push comes to shove, could we not meet down here at the utility building?
What's that?
The
All-purpose building.
The multi-purpose building?
Yeah.
We could, or the library, either one.
Okay.
Outside by the wall.
Yeah, I forgot about the library having 2 meeting rooms. Okay.
So in that vein of communication, is everybody on emails, or how are we, what's the best way for us all to stay in touch if we're gonna be trying to bounce ideas back and forth in the next 6 weeks?
I would think emails would be the best way, because you're going to have attachments, pictures, and so forth.
Did everybody get that last email? So you were on it, you were on it?
I was on it.
Okay, so if we just use
And
that
it
thread,
doesn't hurt
I
my
think we'll be
feelings
okay.
either way, text or email, you
Yeah.
can.
Either, but.
Yep.
Okay, so as long as we're all still on that, we can send each other updates and see kind of where we're going with it. Because I would need the root words to feed to her and to see if the kids artists have anything input they want to put to her as well.
Anne, are you also getting root words from the students as well?
I can.
Like, is that kind of a thing too? If we're gonna kind of all, Like
Maybe
I
you
said,
guys
I
want to
didn't
do that,
even
and if you don't even want to do it, you guys got some words
I'll
for
ask
us.
them ideas for hashtags.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, get some hashtag ideas from them because kids are way cooler than us. We're all old now.
I'd be
Yes.
like, LVTN.
They're gonna be like, losers. My kids already think I'm lame, so it's fine.
It's fine. You're doing a good job then. All right, cool.
I'm going to send a new email out in the morning to everybody because we're not part of the email thread. So if you do that, we're not going to see it.
Okay.
So I'll send one out with everybody involved, and then if you can just use that one going forward.
Totally.
All right?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have a meeting before April.
No, that's what she's saying. We're gonna do the email thread back and forth
Okay.
so that any ideas that pop up in between there, it's a little bit
But
less
we don't have a
formal.
visual.
That's, so in the email, when there is a visual, they'll send a picture.
Oh, okay.
And
That'll
then
work.
April 17th, we'll hopefully have a final draft that we can all thumbs up, thumbs down, and then hopefully we can move forward to.
Okay. Sound like a
After the
plan.
17th, how long does it take to go to the mayor's board and all that? Is it like, yeah, okay, we're all supposed to be two months, and
Top
then
of
we're like, oh,
everything else.
And I
Anyway.
think it's important,
That's
should we
okay.
say that we have a discussion before our vote? We shouldn't just vote on it right after they're presented. Should we have a discussion time frame in the meeting?
yeah, totally,
Okay.
yeah. Because I don't think we're gonna present anything that's gonna be like the final
Yeah, I think
draft.
at
It'll be
that
like,
point-
oh, I like this part of hers, and that part's kind of.
I don't
Why is
think
there
we're gonna
banana pudding on
100%
it?
agree on everything, and I think at that
No.
point, we'll already see so many ideas that we're gonna be like, okay, I get a general idea of what she wants, and again, she's the artist, I am not.
However she's gonna do it, because I'm like, but,
Like,
Bring
as
her
long
more.
as long as she gets like our general thoughts on,
Yeah.
not paper, but, you know.
Yeah, so if we make a decision by April the 17th, we can get it on the workshop on the 27th and the meeting on May the 2nd.
Okay. So if it gets
So then it could-
approved on the 2nd, then the timeline for work start would be mid-May?
Yeah, as soon as it's approved.
Like, she could start the 3rd, essentially, okay.
Okay, so mid-May. Does it take any time for that fund to be released?
It shouldn't, because the city's gonna have to match their part anyway.
Okay.
What we may run into, if there's contracts involved, that may be a little more hoops to jump through.
Okay.
So I don't know if she would have a contract. If there's any contracts involved on the front side, if we knew that going into the workshop, and we can present all that at the same time.
So get that if we can
If there
ahead
is a
of time.
contract involved, yes, ma'am.
If she has a contract, then.
You said May 27th or April 27th?
April 27th is the workshop, and the meeting's on May the 2nd.
Gotcha.
You know, I'm just presenting this. I know that we would be giving them an opportunity to create a mural for the side of the city hall. But as far as them actually having the time to put it up, I think really we should just turn to your girl to do
Yeah.
it. Or are you saying, or when you said to offer them the opportunity to create one, are you saying like they try and come up with one and then she execute it?
Yes, either way.
Getting their creative juices flowing, I think is what she had meant.
Right, and again, like, this is if anybody's really even interested in it, because like if we could go to them and then they're like, you know, we're focused on college, we don't want to deal with it this late. So if there's anybody interested in it, they could either present a design that she could implement, or they could come be part of like the work crew to get experience.
Okay.
As
Rolling
far,
paint
as
on a
far as the work crew is concerned,
Mhm.
April 17th, we're gonna have commitments. People that are definitely gonna be involved in it, work with us,
And that's
and
my
show
concern.
up.
Yeah, she does it all by herself normally, so having anybody to help her, period, is like a leg up for her.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was where she was with the labor. I'm like, you're gonna do this all by yourself? She's like, I do it all the time. I'm like, okay.
Okay.
Is there anything we're missing?
I think that's
Any other
it.
questions?
I think we're
Do you
pretty
have any
good.
other questions? No?
Nope.
Do you guys, when we wrap up here, do you guys, the two, you wanna go take a look at the wall real quick? Cause I know you guys weren't here, so you can take a look at what we're
I
working on.
probably should.
Okay. Okay. Do we have to do anything to officially adjourn?
just board member comments, which you've already gone through, and then we'll just adjourn the meeting.
Do you want to do it?
Left-handed.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we recap the amazing launch and tremendous success of our physician assistant program in the College of Behavioral and Health Sciences. We preview MTSU's Black History Month activities and the work of our Intercultural and Diversity Affairs Center. And we highlight MTSU's Adult Degree Completion Program, which has helped so many people reach their educational goals. I'm Andrew Oppman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Oppman. Few academic ventures in the history of our university have had a more successful launch than our physician assistant program in the College of Behavioral and Health Sciences. Here to tell us about the overwhelming popularity of this program is its director, Dr. Marie Patterson. Dr. Patterson, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
We're bringing you back to really celebrate your success. The PA program is just doing remarkable. Can you tell our viewers some of those metrics that we're so very proud of?
Sure. Well, and I like to say it's not just me, it's a team effort, and definitely the university should be very proud of this program as well, because there's been a lot of hard work that went into creating this program. But a couple of things that we're definitely proud of is the fact that we had an on-time start date. You know, the university, years before we started, had to select a start date and turn it into our accrediting body. And of course, we could not predict that COVID was going to happen right before we started. So we could have been pushed back on a start date, but we actually never slowed down. So we were able to achieve on-time start date by a lot of hard work that happened even during the shutdown. So we also had asked for a number of 30 spots. And if we had not done our due diligence and secured, enough clinical rotations, we would not have been approved for 30, and we were approved for the number that we had requested. So, just from the very beginning, that was a very positive thing that we were able to achieve.
Overcoming so very much that really was a detriment in so many other areas, you were able to persist and make that happen, which is a remarkable achievement. So 30 slots, a lot of people applying for those 30 slots. Talk about those numbers.
Right. So the first year, and again, people didn't really know we existed. COVID kind of threw a wrench into a lot of the things that you want to do and host to kind of market your program. So we were still able to get close to 500 for 30 spots in our first year. And this second cycle, we were almost at 900. Wow. So for 30 spots.
Wow. We were talking before the program started how I wish it was possible just to flick a switch and we'd have more than 30. But the reason why that's a challenge is because of the quality and the rigor of the program. Explain what those rotations mean.
Right. So the second part of our curriculum is what we call the clinical year, and that our accrediting body requires 7 rotations, and then we do allow for an elective. So there is some selection process by our students for that one. But all of our students are required to do the 7, and they're in 7 different fields.
When we say rotation, we're actually talking about a professional experience.
Yes.
Where I, as a student, will enter into a healthcare environment, seeing, interacting, working with healthcare professionals, but also patients, right?
Correct. Yes. So it's a 6-week immersive experience. So whatever their schedule is like, that's what their schedule. So if they're a hospitalist and they're 7 on, 7 off, then our students are working 7 12-hour shifts in a row, and that's what they're doing. If it's a situation where they're with somebody who's on call, they're also on call. And so they follow whatever full-time schedule the preceptor has for that 6-week experience. And yes, they do have hands-on patient care, they're doing procedures, they're doing the physical exam, all of those things while they're students on these rotations.
And that allows the varied rotations, allows them to maybe make some career decisions, right?
Yes.
This is what I'd like to do. So you've mentioned a few of them, but what are some of those ranges of those experiences?
So PAs are trained as generalists. We don't specialize. So a lot of those 7 are chosen to kind of cover all the basis of generalist medicine. So you've got family practice, internal medicine, pediatrics, emergency medicine, surgery, women's health, mental health, And so those are some of the 7 required rotations. And then you do have an elective. So if somebody is starting to get an idea of, I think I would like to be in this specialty, or maybe I would like another family practice rotation to see if that's where I want to be, then they get some choice in the elective.
What are the things that you look for as someone that has to go through all of these applications? What's the thing that you admire and gets you
It's a
to
very
stand out?
difficult process, and every school is different. We kind of value the fact that we have a holistic process built in. So it is not strictly GPA focused, or a lot of schools require the GRE. We do not. We take a holistic approach. So if for every applicant that meets our minimums, and I think this is huge and sets us apart, you are having a faculty member do a complete review of your entire application, which is a lot of time on our part, but we're very dedicated to that process. And so a lot of schools, they have a posted minimum in certain areas, but they're not necessarily reviewing every application that meets all the minimums. We do. And so we're able to have a really diverse class in that regard. So we highly value a lot of different aspects of an application. So there's a lot of time and energy on our part that goes into sifting through almost 900 applications.
Dr. Patterson, thanks for joining us, and congratulations on what a great launch of this program.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now
and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
So many men and women that have served that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU celebrates Black History Month in February with a wide selection of events on our campus. Danielle Rochelle, Director of our Intercultural and Diversity Affairs Center, gives us a preview of the month and the work of her center throughout the year. Danielle, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
We're glad to have you for the first time on Out of the Blue.
Yeah.
So you're new in your position. So let's talk for a minute about exactly, if I'm a brand new student, brand new parent of a student, what is Intercultural and Diversity Affairs? What do you offer? What are the services you provide? What are the activities you host?
So I think the easiest thing for me to explain for Intercultural and Diversity Affairs is our space. A lot of students don't really know why our space is there, how they can use it, and who it's for. And so what I always tell students when they come in is that the space is for them.
We're going to talk about Black History Month in just a second, but you offer events throughout the year, right? What are some of those events you offer?
So typically in the fall semester, we offer our Rep Your Roots talent show. We have our Hispanic Culture Night. A lot of those events that we've had in the past, I'm also planning to expand. And so I'm always looking to work with other student organizations and other departments on campus to make our events bigger and better, or to add on to what we're already doing.
Which is great. Two very popular events. Black History Month, this is the month of February we're in right now, and you're already off and running. But let's begin with the place to find them all. Where do I go on the web to find out what's scheduled?
Online, you can go to mtsu.edu/AAHM for African American History Month. There's a list of our events.
There's so many events. We could spend the whole program, all 30 minutes, on everything you're planning, but there are certain things that are tradition at MTSU, and always the annual Unity Luncheon is one of those, 27th year. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. So this month we are hosting our 27th annual Unity Luncheon, my very first Unity Luncheon that I'm planning. I've been a part of the Black History Month committee for several years, but this is the first time that I'm in that lead role. So we're gonna have J.B. Smiley Jr. He is a Memphis City Councilman as well as an attorney from Memphis, Tennessee, and he's gonna be speaking during the luncheon, and we're going to honor our unsung community heroes as well as an unsung staff.
Very popular and very looked forward to by members of the MTSU community.
Oh, absolutely. I think the reputation of this event has been mind-blowing for me to kind of see the ticket sale side of things. Because I was nervous going into it, to be totally honest, but the support of this campus has been outstanding. And so it was one thing that those nerves went out the window immediately.
And the date for the Unity event is?
Unity Luncheon is going to be February 8th.
February 8th. We've got several student highlight events as well, and Showtime at the Apollo always gets a lot of attention. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So Showtime at the Apollo this month is going to be at Tucker Theater, which I think offers a really great space for students to showcase their talents on a stage. And this one, it's a very high energy event for students because they get to interact with the performers are interacting with the crowd. We're gonna have judges who are there to make sure students get their awards for their talents. Just a really great high energy.
It's amazing. But you've also got the Elegance Gala. Can you describe that for our viewers?
Yes, so the Elegance Gala, originally it was a sneaker ball, but through some student feedback, they wanted it to be a 100% formal event, which I think would be great for students who may have missed out on their formals in high school because of COVID. And so I'm really excited because it's always nice to have an excuse to dress up and go out. You know, everybody loves that.
So, okay, let's not get too far away. The dates for the gala is?
The gala is going to be on February 17th.
Okay, and Showtime at the Apollo?
It's going to be on February 23rd.
That's good. You're passing the pop quiz. This is great. There are several prominent speakers throughout the month, and one fairly recent addition to the roster. Can you just talk about our new friend?
Yes, one of the speakers that's a surprise, but an exciting surprise, is Dr. Cornell West. He will be here on February 24th.
That's incredible. Nationally known. We're honored to have him on campus, but you've got several other speakers as well.
Yes, absolutely. Although Dr. Cornell West is a great treasure to have on campus, he was not originally identified as our keynote speaker, but he's going to be a part of a mini-series, is what I'll call it. He will be the Friday before our keynote speaker, Ilyasa Shabazz, on that following Monday, February 27th.
And of course, the daughter of the late Malcolm X and Betty Shabazz. So that's very, very appropriate as a keynote speaker. Talk about those kind of opportunities for collaboration. What's your vision of that? How you would like to see the center more involved in those existing events?
So one of the things that we've worked really hard with doing is making sure our student organizations are involved. Because although I trust my instincts, I don't always know what younger students want to see happen on campus. And so one of the student highlight events, the Black Elegance Gala, we're going to have the Black Student Union help out with that event as well to make sure that they're pulling in those student components that they want to see happen, as well as panel discussions that they came up with entirely on their own.
Good.
We also have some additional music events that student organizations have approached us about, career fair events. So there's a wide range of things that students have approached me and my program assistants about that they want to see happen on campus.
Wonderful. So how do I find out more about the center? Where do I go online?
So online, you can go to mtsu.edu/IDA.
IDA. And or Black History Month specifically?
Absolutely. It is mtsu.edu/AAHM, so African American History Month.
Fantastic. Danielle, congratulations.
Thank you.
Big job on our campus, an important part of the student union and part of the campus that you're overseeing. And I appreciate all these wonderful events coming up in the month of February.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andrew.
And we'll be right back.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU is a pioneer in the area of adult degree completion, and we continue to help adult learners of all ages and all walks of life reach their educational goals. Hunter Patterson from University College visits to tell us several success stories from this program. Hunter, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Andrew.
Love your hairstyle.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
we see the same
Looks
guy.
good on you. So we're going to talk about something I'm very proud of, the adult degree completion program. But why don't you tell just the elevator speech of why it is so laser focused to help people reach their goals?
Well, first, thanks for recommending so many students like you have throughout the years. You've given us a lot of great students to become part of the True Blue family. But the biggest advantage here is we have so many people that come into this program that have tons of job experience. They start working right out of high school, or maybe they went to a little bit of college and they stopped because they had some big life event that sort of made them pause their education. And then they come back and they have 15, 20 years of experience. And luckily here at MTSU, we can offer them credit, earned college credit for all of that experience that they've learned in the workforce, whether it be through certifications, on-the-job training, anything like that, military service. And we can give them college credits called Prior Learning Assessment, PLA is what we call it. And we see so many adults take advantage of that, and they save time, money, because they go through a course. And you know about this. They go through a course and they document all of this training. And at the end of this 3-hour standard course that they pay for, they're awarded credit. And I think we're going to see a video. Melissa Rogers, she's 35, almost went to MTSU when she was 18. Decided to take a different path and join her family business in the trucking industry. And then she came back, went to Motlow, and she got 30 hours of credit and saved $11,000.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So she has a 10-year-old son. She was able to balance all that out. Obviously, saving 30 hours of class time was huge for her because she's a single mom working. She's a VP of a company. She has huge responsibilities, and she wanted to get that degree just because she set a goal for herself when she was 18.
That's great.
And we're able to help people like that out every single day.
That's great. Well, let's hear her story.
God, why do I love MTSU? I think the experience overall, right? It's not one thing. The professors I've had, although online, have been available anytime I've needed something. So I started in transportation right out of high school. I started with a company called Seva Logistics and started as a dispatcher. Early on, I realized that I could connect with truck drivers pretty easily. I do not have the type of career that I can take 2 or 3 hours out of the middle of the day to go to a class. That was the game changer in it all, and what really kind of accelerated my path at MTSU was I was able to get 30 hours through the PLA. It's a program that you can take your work experience and applies credit hours for MTSU. It is a lot of work. It's labor intensive to go through and build out your portfolio. I was able to connect with my old, vice president, CEO, and they wrote letters that, really kind of validated the work I had said I had done on the portfolio. I was hesitant to ask for the 30 when I put my portfolio together because I felt like it was a lot of hours to ask to be given. And sure enough, I received the 30 hours and it reduced it by 2 full semesters. So I originally started back in school in 2014, and I probably had maybe 24 hours, but MTSU was always the goal for me. As an adult, am I still capable of learning in a classroom environment? That obstacle was probably the hardest of all of them, was just, can I do this as a working adult with a family and commitments and a house? So I think the biggest thing is to stay well organized. You can't let it go any one day, right? You don't have to think about all 120 hours today. It's truly one step at a time. We can do more than we think we can. For my son to see me finish this and see this through has been a big win. And I hear these people talk, and they'll talk about how their kids were super supportive when they went back to school. That was not my experience. He complained a lot. But you know, as I've gotten closer to the end, and when I filled out my intent to graduate, even he wanted to go with me to turn it in, right? Like, he has really gotten excited about the end of this journey. And you know, him seeing me do this as an adult, I think reiterates for me, and I hope it does for him, the importance of doing this now. As he finishes out his schooling and he's ready to choose a university, that he doesn't decide to put it off. I think it has been a really good experience for me to remember, because as we go through our careers, I think we forget this, is that we can do hard things. We always have a little more time than we think we have, and we always have a little bit more in us to give than we believe we do.
Hunter, that's an inspiring story, and I know you've got many of those stories, but I want to pivot for a second, because one of the things that I admire so much about this program is that we've been very persistent and insistent going after students with some college credit and showing them how it's so possible that through this program, the flexibility of online learning, how they can basically design some of the things that they're interested in pursuing in their course options, but taking that credit they have and pushing them across the finish line.
So yeah, one of our main degrees is called integrated studies. It doesn't have a more specific name because the student can make it whatever they want. They can essentially build their own degree. The student comes to us and we ask them to give us 2 areas of emphasis that they choose with their advisor. Those areas of emphasis can be, you know, business and agriculture if they wanted. And they take a collection of classes from both of those, and they eventually graduate with a bachelor's in integrated studies. But so often, like you said, Andrew, we have these students come to us with 80, 90 hours of college credit, and then something happened, like they have children or they get a really great high-paying job. I talked to a female student last semester. Her name is Michelle, and she's 46 years old, been working since she was 18, but went to college, got 90 hours, had a kid, stopped going, and then she decided to come back, and she was looking around all over the place. And even though she lived in Murfreesboro, she was looking to see what fit best for her, and MTSU was one of the only places that accepted a bulk of her credits. Many college after college told her that she would have to almost start over because it had been 25 years since she attended a college class. At MTSU, she only had to retake like 1 English class.
Wow.
And then she was able to get in those core classes that she wanted, and she actually enrolled in our applied leadership program. And you actually know this one. We called a guy when he was at Bonnaroo. We didn't know that he was at Bonnaroo. We called him at Bonnaroo, and he answered the phone, and he was working. And we said, do you know you can graduate if you take these 2 classes?
2 classes.
Yeah, and now he has a PhD,
Yeah.
like 3 years later.
Yeah, it's one of the great stories from your college.
It's insane, yeah.
And he made a successful career. Always gnawed at him that he didn't have that completion.
Yeah, we always say, you know, finish faster at MTSU, and it really is. I mean, we have accelerated courses. All of these courses are online in many cases. If you choose integrated studies, we try to help adults find those online classes so they can be flexible because they do have responsibility.
Hunter, I know you've got a website.
Yes.
Where all of these questions are answered. Where do I find it?
mtsu.edu/finishnow. So if you want to finish your degree, just head to .edu/finishnow.
That's great, and it takes you all the answers, takes you all the links you need to go further.
Absolutely.
Hunter, thanks for joining us, and congratulations. It's a great program, a real pride point of the university.
Yeah. Thanks, Andrew.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. I'm Andrew Ottman, broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for tuning in, for watching, for listening. We got a great show lined up for you today. We're back in studio, Don.
Yes, back home.
It's been a few days.
It has.
A few
sure
shows.
has. Yeah, we've been on the road a while.
Yeah, so we've been in East Tennessee. We've been at CRAC for the last couple of episodes, Cumberland Aquatic Center. And it's good to be back in the studio here and pull a show together.
It sure is. And speaking of radio stations, we usually do a shout out to a station.
Yep.
And this week, WMC 790, ESPN 790, we follow Larry Ray there on Saturday mornings, and the new time is going to be 10:30, so you can sleep in the Memphis area and still catch the show.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I think that'll be a good time slot.
I think so too. You can leave the tree stand and come back, or come back, on the way to a midday fishing trip or something.
There you go.
Tune us in.
Always, Larry's got a good show, so tune it in and then follow up with us.
That's right. Got the best of both worlds there.
That's great. So yeah, check out our show there and tune us in at that new time. And always remember, you can find us on social media.
Yes.
We're out there. You can tune us in on Apple Podcast, iHeart's Podcast, Spotify. We're on most of the podcasting platforms. You can find us
everywhere.
Yeah, we're everywhere. So we do appreciate our radio partners and our few TV partners we have. So
yes.
That's great. Today it's all about fishing.
Uh-huh.
We're going to be talking about everything from high school to youth to habitat improvements and work going on the water, and a lot of this is headed up because of what Jake Davis does for us.
That's right. He had a special recognition recently at the commission meeting.
He did.
And very impressive. Very impressive.
So we thought, let's get him in the studio.
Yeah,
so Jake, thanks for being with us.
Hey, it's a pleasure to drive up and coming to finally get to be in the studio or see what's going on. I watch you guys on Facebook and
Awesome.
YouTube and all that stuff all the time, and it's just a terrific show to be on.
I didn't know we had a big fan in the house.
All
That's
right.
great.
Yeah.
You've been sending the link, David?
He knows the link. Jake knows as much about TWRA as anybody does.
Well, we also have David in the house today, David Lowry. He's our R3 Outreach Program Coordinator for the agency, and also has a lot to do with the Tennessee High School Bass Nation fishing and youth fishing. And
well, I get to take credit. I am the state director for that, but I get to take credit that I'm the one that brought Jake Davis into all this. They drafted me to run the high school program, and I said, I'm only doing it if I can bring in a committee. And I said, the first guy I'm bringing in on the committee is the guy that's going to look at me and say, hey, you big idiot, don't do that.
Yeah.
And the guy I know that'll
It
work
happens
very
a
hard.
lot. Believe it or not. No.
So,
well, just the short time y'all been bickering back and forth here, I know it's got to be fun working with you guys.
You got to be around for some of the conversations that when Facebook Live's not running, and Dave and I, we got to go behind a trailer for a minute.
or just the phone calls late in the evening when we're bothered by something. No, Jake's been a godsend to the program, to me personally. It goes all the way back to when I first started tournament fishing with my kid, which is why I started. Jake taught me a lot of things in the very beginning, and he did a whole lot of teaching to my son, Hank, which is why I ever got into any of this.
Yeah.
I would put Hank in the boat with Jake where he could actually learn things about tournament fishing instead of trying to figure out what Daddy's technique is with that old plastic worm he used in the pond. So, it started like that, and it's grown into this great thing where we've got so much going on that benefits our waters, our kids, benefits the TWRA, and Jake deserves tons of credit for all the things he's done.
Yeah. The recent recognition and at the commission meeting, kind of said it all. That was an awesome presentation. I was happy to be there to witness that. But you're the state conservation director for Tennessee Bass Nation High School and Youth, but you also organize the central division for that tournament. And
it depends upon what hat I have to wear for the day. There's a lot of titles there, and it can get really interesting at different times to keep everything straight.
And then you're a fishing guide on top of that too.
And I'm a fishing guide. You know, been a fishing guide since 2006.
Okay.
I was running until 2014. I was running 200 plus days a year.
Wow.
Had a couple of years of 300 days a year. You know, guiding on Gunnersville and Nickajack and Timms Ford and
I was
Woods
gonna say,
Reservoir.
what's your favorite body there? Which water do you like to
you know,
guide on?
After being on the water that long, and it sort of leads into why I got into the conservation director with bass, watching the way our waterways were, you know, taken care of and what was happening to them. Everybody wanted to go to Gunnersville, you know, and I loved Gunnersville, and I still love Gunnersville to go down there. But if you had to ask me today, what's my favorite body of water? And the guys down in Middle Tennessee are going to kill me for this. I like Woods Reservoir. You know, we can ask our buddy upstairs, Jason Henniger, all about Woods one day. You know, I had him out there, and we had 3 fish in the 10-pound class.
Wow.
And it's just a hidden little secret. You know, it's
got
not
good
like
bluegill,
browns.
too. It's got good bluegill,
It's
too.
got good bluegill, good crappie. Don't eat the catfish out of there. But you know, it's not like a Browns Creek where they produce, you know, 30-some pound bags. It can. You know, 3 years ago we seen a 31 in change pound bag come out of there.
Wow.
On a benefit tournament for one of our teams. I mean, they threw a little, hey, let's get together Saturday and raise some money for the fishing team in Franklin County, and it took 31 pounds to win. And everybody was like, oh, where'd this come from? And I'm like, there's a 40-pound sack out here somewhere. I know it.
Yeah.
And that, you know, that lake helped get me addicted way back when. I grew up crappie fishing that lake, and we used to catch crappie like no tomorrow back when the limits were much different.
Right.
You know, we'd catch a 10-incher in the boat, and Dad'd be looking at me and said, throw that baby back. I can't tell you how many 2.5-pound crappie I caught out of Woods Reservoir in the 1970s as a kid with my dad and my grandpa. So I'm like, Jake, Woods is my home lake more than anything. But we're working on the Woods. We're working on lots of lakes with the projects Jake's leading us on.
Well, we're going to dive into that here in just a second. But when you're not being a fishing guy, when you're not working with Tennessee Bass Nation, you're doing boating safety instruction.
I'm a boating safety instructor for, you know, TWRA. I stepped up to the plate and conned Miss Woods into letting me do it, and we're going to have some classes down there.
Perfect.
In Franklin, Coffee County, and Moore County. Might jump over to Lincoln once we get going, and I get my feet good and wet in it. Being an instructor is, you know, nothing really new to me.
Right, you're used to teaching.
It's just I've got to, you know, I've been studying the material, and my poor wife is tired of hearing me talk about boating safety. So, because she's my sounding board and listening board, you know, I go through the material. Because one of the things, you know, I take pride in representing properly, whether it's Bass, Bassmaster, Tennessee Bass Nation, and in that, I've got the privilege of I'll be out there representing TWRA.
Yeah.
Unofficially, officially, you know, I'm an instructor, and I want to present that proper image for them.
And it is mandatory. You know, anybody born after January 1st, 89.
You know, and that's one good thing to tie it all in together with the TBN, or Tennessee Bass Nation. David and I have made it mandatory that all of our boat captains, irregardless of age, go through this course.
Yep.
So with me teaching it, it makes it easier for them to get it. It gives them a familiar face, and we can sit down and discuss it. And they're like, well, why are we doing this? I've been boating since I was, you know, driving a boat since I was 1977.
Yeah.
And we get a lot of grandpas like that. And we're like, let me tell you why. Because a lot of things have changed in our lifetime. I mean, it's changed in my lifetime. Just since I took the captain's test back in 2006. A lot of things have changed. So we go through all that process with them, and what's required and why we do this, and, you know.
And during every safety brief we have for these tournaments, and we're standing there in front of a group of people, we always ask, boat captains, what's your number one priority tomorrow? and they better be screaming safety loud and proud.
Yeah.
Because no matter how many fish there are or whatever else, our number one job as directors is to get them off the water safely to get back home to Ma or the captain's wife or whatever, whether they catch a fish, get a plaque, cash a check, whatever. They got to get home safe.
And that's a statistic that y'all have been happy about.
We're satisfied.
Knock on wood, we have not had a major accident on the water. We've had one at a stage during teardown, but we take the safety so serious, and we don't care who it is.
Yeah.
I'm a pawn him out there. I hope he watches this. I like to give Dave a heart attack about 2 weeks after he got the job with y'all, because we're over to Douglas and we're clearing boats, and Dave's calling boat numbers, and he's at one end of the big pier down there, and I'm at the other. One of the bosses come through for TWRA, certain commissioner by the name of, I'll say it, Kurt Holbert.
Oh, Kurt, he's a good one.
He's a good one. Laney didn't have her life vest zipped up.
Zip it. Gotta zip it.
Well, it's an automatic penalty box. And,
and Laney is his daughter.
I really didn't pay any attention. Who it was, don't care. Life vest wide open in the penalty box. This one.
I had started. This was like this was a November tournament.
You could have done this.
This was a November tournament after I had started with this organization in January, and he takes the sitting chairman of the commission and puts him in the penalty box. And when he looked back at me, I'm sure my face was as white gets. Kurt's about laughing. He's like,
yeah, I could see it now.
I mean, he was a little frustrated with the girls, but that's. There are no exceptions. We have to make sure everybody gets off the water safe.
Yeah.
So we take boating safety so serious that Jake's decided to become an instructor to make sure that we've got more people available for instructors. So
that's great.
Hey, if you're just joining us, we are speaking with Captain Jake Davis and David Lowry, talking about fishing, Tennessee Bass Nation, and boating safety and all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's move into the recent recognition at the commission meeting. That was the 2022 Reservoir Fish Habitat Partnership Award, Friends of Reservoirs. Yeah. And I know we've got David here today to brag on you, because he said you wouldn't brag enough.
Probably not, because I'm not into that a whole bunch. I mean, I spent 21 years in the Air Force, got all that recognition and all that I needed to get.
It's not why we're here. We're not out for recognition. We're out to do a good program for the kids. And then Jake's turned around and created this other initiative for us. Totally. I mean, he comes to me and says, we're fixing to do some cleanup and some habitats. I said, okay, sounds good. And he said, we're going to get the kids involved and the captains involved, and that can give them service hours, and we're going to improve these bodies of water.
Win-win.
It is. I mean, going back to where we were talking about me being a guide and what favorite lake and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I have watched, over the years, lakes just decline. Okay. Everything from habitat disappearing to the amount of pollution or trash or, you get a lot of sediment fill into a reservoir. And our reservoirs are getting 50 years old or older. Okay. Some of them way older than that. And fishing is taking such a stand and in the forefront now. Fishing, hunting, getting in the outdoors, get out of the house type of thing.
Yeah.
Is such in the forefront. We got to do something. Okay, there wasn't enough access sites on a lot of these lakes. There still isn't. Not enough opportunity. Still isn't. We're making a dent in it. And then the award, and I, Jason Henniger, and I think he's the culprit to put me in for that. Him and Jeff Boxrucker out from the Friends of the Reservoir, and Gene Gilliland from Bass. I think they're the three characters that did that. But and I greatly appreciate it. But it belongs to everybody that has helped us.
That's right.
Okay, it's not just me out there doing that. I'm feeding them the information, giving them the opportunity. I get the grants, get the money. I work as a government liaison with TVA and TWRA and Corps engineers, and we get all these projects together and we say, okay, this is our target. This year it's been the Bill Dance Trail. and we need to kick that in high gear because of tourism and all that. And I work with Dennis Tomlin from Over in Tourism, and we're just trying to get this stuff done.
Yeah.
You know,
and it's been growing relationships. We started out with Dennis just initially in some high school tournaments.
Sure.
You know, at Dayton. And before you know it, we're real good friends with Dennis. Dennis moves up to where he's at. They get their ideas, the Tance Trail, and then here we are. And in the process of this, now that's not the only award Jake's got, and I don't have the list of them, but Jake's got a few trophies and plaques at the house because of how he's led us. And trust me, when you go to one of these events, I just gave you some photos and stuff of Priest when we did that a couple 2-3 weeks ago, where over 21,000 pounds was picked up of garbage out of Priest.
Man,
and trust me, Jake was as dirty as any one of those kids, and it was kind of raining that day. They all were filthy, but 21,000 pounds of garbage came out of that water. But here's the key. Here's what you want to know. Just in this school year, starting in August, we know for sure, and sometimes your measurements are a little light, but we know with what Jake has led us with, 37,500 pounds of garbage have come out of Tennessee waterways based on these programs that he's doing. And with the attractors that we're building, Jake's leading and building.
Yeah.
He'll have to say the lakes, but since 2015, over 78,000 different structures have been put in Tennessee water to help replace where all the stumps are gone, and there's nothing holding the algae and the plankton and the little fish that draw the big fish.
Right.
And in process of it, you know, he's done it to the point where they'll put the structure out and go back 30 minutes to an hour later and there's already fish on it. And they'll go back 2 weeks later and they're catching tournament-sized fish on it. He knows about where they put stuff in and, you know, the catch, the bag size of the tournament is increasing.
Going up,
Jake's done, he's done so much.
You know, and, you know, Dave talks about all that stuff, and I don't want to leave TWRA out of this because y'all have played a vital part in all of this, okay? Jason Henniger and Frank upstairs, you know, when Frank was chief of fishes, and now he's moved on to the dark side of the house.
Deputy director.
Yeah.
Be careful, that's still my chain of command. Thank you very much.
Frank appreciates that, I'm sure. And we did a lot of good work, but I've gained an education, okay, because by tradition, I'm a guy that jumped out of perfectly good helicopters and carried a gun and wore a badge and, you know, went into, I was pararescue for 4 years, and that's just, you know, I wasn't that guy, okay. I grew up trout fishing in northern Michigan, hunting deer and, you know, chasing rabbits and grouse and all that good stuff. But I've gained an education from our fisheries folks.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody from Jason to people like Mike Jolly and Jess Taylor down there in Normandy with the Southern Crew, Teddy here in Nashville.
Yeah.
They've sort of taken me aside along with some other people that were out there. Hal Shrum, Gene Gilliland. I mean, and the way it all started was I started collecting all this stuff and working on things. And, you know, it's just morphed into, you know, different things.
I love how you guys are building that ethic in the student anglers. You know how they're out on the cleanup crew. That's bound to stick with them for a lifetime.
And it does. And you know, we've got a coach for the Franklin team right here, just south of Nashville. Jason Wynn. He said, "Hey, this was the greatest team building activity." He goes, "I had my doubts." He goes, I as a coach and somebody in the community." And Jason's high up in the corporate ladder, but he's like, I didn't realize how bad this was. He goes, I thought maybe Jake's exaggerating a little bit, or maybe they're using select pictures when we're on that cleanup at Priest. And when you go out there and you actually take a walk with us, let us get off the boat. Let's walk to shore. Let me take you 5 feet into the woods.
This time of year, especially, you know, when it's the cooler months, the water's down.
And this is the time of year you don't have the snakes, you don't have the ticks, and everything's dead, and you can see everything. and it's just a shocker of what is out there.
Yeah.
So we're trying to do our part and instill into the younger generation a little bit of, hey, if we don't change our habits, we're going to lose this. Okay, that's our, just think of Priest for a minute. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 city water supplies. Okay, what all's in that water? I mean, there was an article come out here about a week and a half ago that probably 90% of our waterways in this country have forever chemicals in them. And some of them are bad stuff. I mean, I know because I have to get tested for them every year. I've been to those plane crashes where they use the PFAS. I get tested every year. I got to be checked for cancer, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
We don't need that. We can fix or stop or hold what we have if we can get people involved. And just get them to wake up and say, oh, I don't need to throw my beer can out the window this morning. Or, this evening.
I hope it's not in the morning, but
it happens.
Yeah, I understand.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or if you're out there partying, let's not sink the beer bottle to the bottom of the lake because it does wash up.
There's pictures recently from some of these cleanups that spots on the shore where they found a mountain of either bottles or beer cans or liquor bottles that it's just like, it was like the intention of the people partying was, how big can we make this pile?
Yeah.
And they leave it out there. And the thing of it is by instilling this in the kids and the captains that we need to continually make the effort, we're never going to get 100% cooperation of people wanting to clean up their trash. There's always going to be somebody out there who's like, I don't care. So there's always going to be the need to clean up. But wouldn't it be nice that when we go to one of these things, instead of having to have 4 or 5 or 6 of these giant dumpster things they bring in, we get down to where we've only got 1 or 2 dumpster things to bring in. Maybe we can make a difference. But it's a constant fight. But we're training, Jake is training our kids and our captains and our programs to, we got to go do this all the time. Talk about the Adopt Access, Jake.
Well, that was the next on the list.
The Adopt and Access, it was just an idea. I was sitting there last winter before we went to the Classic, and I said, I remember seeing a sign that said adopt a roadway.
Yeah.
Why can't we adopt an access, whether it's a WMA or a boat ramp area or a picnic area? Let's adopt that access to the waterway or to one of our WMAs. It can be hunting because it's just as bad. I was duck hunting over in West Tennessee, and I'm not going to say where I pulled into, but that was bad. We ended up picking up a bunch of stuff. So it's not just fishing. It's, all the outdoors. If we can adopt these accesses, and it's not a big task. It's, if I go to Morris Ferry and I got a guide trip down there or I'm fishing for the day, when I get done, I'm going to take 5 minutes in a garbage bag, pick up whatever I see, and keep it looking nice and neat.
Makes a big difference.
Yeah, makes a huge difference.
But with the program he started now, we have high school teams across this state, and I just took my own personal team, Grundy County, down to Morris Ferry and Woods on Sunday, put up our signs, and that's our day that we start, that I've challenged everybody on our team and everybody that's been on our team in the past that if they drive by and they got 10 minutes to stop and pick up every piece of trash you can find. It's a continuous effort. We're adopting that from my team. And do we know how many accesses we've got? We got a lot adopted already.
We're at 14 across the state. Officially, where we put the signs out. We got a bunch in waiting that, I wait for the teams to go out and do it and clean it up and send me a picture so we don't say, hey, we got 30 of them or how many ever. And that's just one of the programs we're trying to do to where we're not trying to get it all done. Because, we got this winter break, but there's things we can do.
Yeah, I think that's great because, we get calls now and then that says, why is the trash cans overflowing at these different boat ramps? Sometimes it's not our responsibility, but it's everybody's responsibility to jump in there when they can and help out. And I think this is great.
And I tell you what is great, our officers or the TWRA officers, the LEOs out there, they take it serious. I can tell you for a fact, 2 years ago on Tim's Ford, our local officer, now Sergeant Hunt, he's got the district down there. I called in what I figured was a dumping. I mean, there were some real intelligent ones. They left their pizza boxes with all their trash. They backed the truck up there and just swept everything out. And there's their pizza boxes with their names on it. Josh went and had a talk with them.
Yeah.
And yeah, they cleaned it all up. And I think he gave them a little talking to and probably a break on the amount of the ticket. But and that's when we all work together. It comes out to be a good thing in the end. We catch the culprits, or we teach somebody a lesson that the officers go out and say, "Hey, listen, you got 24 hours to clean this up."
Yeah.
But if we can get more and more accesses adopted by our teams or by adult organizations, it can be by the Chamber of Commerce, it can be by the JCs. It doesn't matter. We just want to get everybody to start cleaning things up, and we wish we could get everybody to quit throwing the trash out at all, but that's never going to happen. But if we get more and more groups lined up to clean up these access areas, then maybe we get less pollution in the water and less garbage everywhere for us to see.
And that's just a couple of the projects we work on, or I work on as being the conservation director.
Yeah.
There's everything from Asian carp to invasive species we work on.
We've improved ramps because Jake's work. We've got grants and stuff. A whole lot of work at Marion County Park.
Yeah, if you haven't been to that facility lately, we now have parking where you're not going to get stuck.
Well, that was one of my questions. If you could give me a 1-minute version, the funding and some of the stuff that's going on to help those improvements, and maybe a couple of your favorite habitat improvements, real quick.
Marion County Park, number one. Grade A construction, hats off to them in the Marion County Road Commission. We came in there and we got, I can't think of the name of it, Unibudzy, the company down there, gravel company down there, donated all the gravel.
Yeah,
we got
awesome.
A lot of what we do is get things donated to help
partners to help that.
Partners. We get AFCO that helps out a lot. Smyrna Ready Mix.
Yeah.
Great folks over there. They help us out all the time. Chris Yoder with Yoder Concrete Pumping and Rocky Top Paving. There's a whole host of people that just come together that we work with.
And now you can have a very large tournament at Marion County Park, and there's plenty of paved and gravel parking because of all this.
And people like Dennis Tomlin.
Yeah.
I mean, for the first time, and I know the fisheries guys and the other folks in the building are going to cringe when I say this, it's an economic thing. I don't care however you look at it, it's economic. Now we have the facilities to help the local communities, as the agency does, to help grow things and get the economy going and look at how we do things.
Yeah.
Well,
I thank you for what you do. David, thank you for being here.
Thank you, guys.
I warned you, we didn't have enough time.
And you got that right. This is Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
Good evening and welcome to the public hearing of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It is February 7th, 2023. It is 6:30 p.m. Call this public hearing to order. First item, we have ordinance 2023-02, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 28, parcels 10 and 11, consisting of approximately 4.3 acres located at 237 and 245 Cheney Boulevard from an agricultural zoning district to an R3 high-density zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on December 27th, 2022. If anyone would like to come up and speak on this item, now is the time.
My name is John Rutledge, live at 1125 Walden Road. I would like to remind the board that in July of this year, this property become before Planning Commission while I was on it for this same recommendation, and it was given an unfavorable recommendation at that time from the Planning Commission. December, 2 people were removed from that Planning Commission, and the next meeting, this comes before and gets a almost unanimous favorable recommendation. So it was interesting to me that Jason run on a low density, but he voted yes on the Planning Commission for this, to go from the lowest density that we have available to the highest density available. Didn't fight, didn't say nothing. That being said, if you watch the Planning Commission meeting from July, Jason was sitting in that chair when it was given an unfavorable recommendation. You can see it on the meeting. He immediately starts texting somebody with a look on his face like, sorry. So I oppose the board, do that research and look at that and find out why are we doing the things that we're doing as far as zoning goes in this city. Thank you.
Again, the podium is open. If anyone would like to come up and speak, now is the time.
Kim Gentry, 1047 Waldron Road. I attended the special hearing, Planning Commission sessions, several of them, during the process of organizing and working on this rezoning of the City of LaVergne. The last meetings I attended, there were still several unanswered questions as to far as procedure for the public library meetings open, how long they would be open, who would be in attendance at those meetings representing the city. So my question is, has there been a full procedure outlined for a timeline of those public meetings?
Ma'am, this is about this specific rezoning, not the zoning ordinance update.
Is that not what the rezoning of LaVergne?
No, this is the rezoning of this specific parcel.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought it was on the whole rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, the podium is open. If anyone would like to speak, now is the time. Seeing no one, we're going to move on to item number 2, ordinance 2023-03, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for a portion of tax map 18K, Group A, Parcel 6, consisting of approximately 13.63 acres located near Wheeler Street and Jefferson Pike, from an I-1 light industrial zoning district to an I-2 heavy industrial zoning district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on December 27th, 2022. Again, the podium is open. If anyone would like to come and speak on this rezoning, now is the time. Seeing no one, I will close out the public hearing and we will reconvene at 6:45.
They did hip replacement.
I can't even remember his last name.
Yep, 89 years old.
Good evening, and we will begin the Citizens Forum. It is 6:45. We have 3 people who have signed up to speak. You will each have 3 minutes each. Please come forward and state your name and address. First, we have John Rutledge.
John Rutledge, 1125 Walden Road. I come to speak on behalf of the current affairs that are going on in the city right now. You know, I've got this recording from Channel 4, and I'm sure you've heard it. And it just states that you told Andrew that it wasn't who it was that gave you the information, and then apologized for it and said, I gave you the wrong information. So knowingly that you give the wrong information means you lied. That's the bottom line how that plays out. So you lying to start the whole thing off. Like, you lied to him. Why are you not held accountable? Because you're not a city employee, right? Makes you scot-free. Sounds like it. I like the smirk. It's cool. What's better is that none of these citizens like it. You've been played. You do it all the time. I'm tired of it. We expect a resignation from you. You're the leader. You're asking for these officers to be post-certified, decommissioned, and just because they lied. Why are you not doing the same thing? Be a leader, Jason. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Steve McGill.
Steve McGill, 177 Blair Road, LaVergne. Last month, I came before this group to talk about the poor communication surrounding the water issue we had at Christmas. And I made the comment that, in my view, as a mayor-dominated city, it didn't seem to me that staff were empowered to lead. After the meeting, the mayor challenged me on that statement and told me I was uninformed. After the events of the past month with our police department, I'm even more convinced that we have a cultural and leadership problem in our city. It should not have taken one of the mayor's so-called secret squirrels to bring this horrific matter to the attention of the city. And after the facts we currently know have been disclosed, I have to say I'm devastated at what's been revealed. I'm devastated because a culture was allowed to exist among some officers that a fellow officer's health and life were worth less than a quick sexual encounter. Officer Hall deserved more from her coworkers and leaders, and she was failed many times along the way. Each individual is accountable for his own actions, but this is a situation from the beginning that signaled a very troubled culture within the department and the city. So what am I asking you to do as a BOMA who doesn't run the day-to-day operations of the city? Exactly that. Make sure you have competent professional leadership to manage the hundreds of employees that work for the city. Last month, Mayor Cole made this statement to the media. I have full confidence in the police department's leadership team and their ability to lead the department. It was poor judgment to endorse the department's leadership before all facts could have possibly been known. I ask that you examine how the city operates and ensure that we have that professional management. The least you can do is have a discussion on the mayor's hire fire authority that Alderman Waldron has been requesting for years.
Next, we have Kim Gentry.
Kim Gentry, 1047 Waldron Road. I'm here tonight because I would like to say thank you to Alderman Waldron and Alderman Hobbs for speaking at the February 2nd workshop on the process of citizen notification in the LaVergne rezoning adoption process. I personally appreciate your advocating that website and social media notices are not enough to ensure citizens that they are informed that the property may or may not be changing zoning classifications. You particularly advocated for citizens who may not use these communication mediums, specifically older generations. I further want to inquire what, if any, procedure, as I started earlier, was outlined since the August 22nd, 2022 special PC meeting. At this meeting, Melissa Piegler of the consulting firm noted citizens would be able to speak at citizen forums and request special consideration for their proposed property zoning changes. However, that changes to individual parcels would probably not be considered unless an entire area was considered for a reverting change. The reasoning being that this defeated the entire purpose of the zoning map reclassifications. At that time, no one member of the Planning Commission clearly rebutted this reasoning. This concerns me. Do we have a plan in place with a timeline outlined for public meetings at the library, and how many who will be able to attend and who will be able to attend, how it will be advertised, and what city representation will be there to answer questions? Has procedure been specifically outlined on how to handle citizen requests for not changing their zoning, and what criteria will be used to allow changes? These all need to be set in place, and rather than being a moving target. Are we assured as citizens that a standard procedure will be set so that all fairness is given to every citizen versus randomly dealing with each parcel?
Thank you. With that, I will close out the citizens forum, and we'll reconvene at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is February 7th, 2023. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Tonight the prayer will be with Vice Mayor No. The Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Hobbs. If everyone will please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening on a beautiful day in your world. Lord, we would ask that you would put your hands down on our fair city. Help us to begin the healing. Lord, we'd also ask that the heart-wrenching news that come out of Turkey and Syria is just unbearable for so many people. Lord, we'd ask that you would help this board make the right decisions and the best decisions for the city and its citizens. Lord, we come to you and ask you through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item is to approve the minutes from the January 5th, 2023 meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the January 5th, 2023 regular meeting.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I will second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to departmental reports. Police Department.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you this evening. As you can see on the prompter there, we have the 2023 calls for service for the month of January, which include 4 burglaries, 9 thefts from motor vehicles, or what we would call a vehicle burglary, motor vehicle thefts, recovered stolen vehicles, robberies, assaults, domestics, thefts, homicides, and overdoses. As you can see, we had 4 burglaries. And I'm going to turn to the next page. 3 of those were residential burglaries. 1 was a burglary to a business. The main targeting areas were sheds, tool sheds, garages, etc. And there were no specific trends to be associated with those being from the same persons. We had 9 cases of motor vehicle burglaries, and again, these were from vehicles that all were unlocked. We have gotten with streets to get up some more public service announcement signs throughout the city to lock your vehicles, take your property out of them, and secure them as best you can. So we're hoping that that's going to be somewhat impactful. We had 10 stolen vehicles during the month of January, and 7 of those have been recovered during that same time frame, whether inside the city or by other jurisdictions. Of the overdoses that we had in January, thankfully none of the residents died from any of those overdoses, and so we're going to try and keep working towards minimizing that to the best of our ability. There were 132 total arrests in the month of January. We had 3,261 calls for service, 845 traffic stops, yielding 18 DUI arrests, 22 drug violation arrests. Our Blue Sentinel ALPR system scanned 1,669,430 license plates, resulting in 3,430 hits. From those, we were able to get stolen vehicles, stolen license plates, locate missing persons and/or wanted persons out of this. It's a very successful application, and we're really happy and grateful to have it. We had 96 total crashes for the month, 86 resulting in property damage. 14 of those were injury crashes, resulting in the injuries of 16 persons. Our main areas of concern were Waldron and Murfreesboro Road at the intersection, and also Industrial Boulevard, which we will be working towards getting some more presence and trying to do more impact in those areas. Any questions?
Any questions about the report? Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the fire department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust that, again, as month to month, you have had the opportunity to look at our monthly report. I think for the first time in probably 2+ years, we have reduced our call volume by 2 runs from last year, this same month. So we're trending downward already this year, so that's a good thing. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary, and everything's on par.
Ronnie, will you talk to us real quick about the recent ISO report?
Absolutely. The past 2 years during our strategic planning meeting and pre-budget workshops, I informed the Board of Mayor and Aldermen that we would be asking and engaging the Insurance Service Office, or ISO, into a evaluation, which comes typically every 3 to 5 years, but we asked it to be scheduled. That allowed us to put a target date on it, or at least a month. Significant amount of work done by the firefighters of this city. Could not be any more proud of what they've accomplished as a department. A lot of work, a lot of change, a lot of new processes without question, and they have triumphed without and overcame. We also have strong work from our water department. We have Michael Dietz, water engineer, Scott Talovich, which has provided us with a significant change in our water evaluation system that proved we had more water, and Miss Jamie Inslee from Griggs and Maloney, which also provided us a water model electronic system to validate how much water we have in the city. So October of 2022, ISO paid their visit after we have done a tremendous amount of work providing them with information. At that time, we went through about 3 or 4 months of waiting. And just last week? Last Monday, we received a letter from the insurance office awarding us an ISO classification of a 2 or 2X, increasing our ISO rating by 1 point. That puts us in the top 11% of the fire departments in the state of Tennessee, roughly 840 fire departments, 37 have an ISO 2, and only 8 have an ISO 1. So that moves us to a significant area within the state of Tennessee. It validates what our firefighters do every single day. It provides feedback to the money that's invested from Board of Mayor and Aldermen, and the taxpayers' dollars is going to a good service providing life and property protection.
Yes, sir. And then residents can later on reach out to their insurance company?
Absolutely. So this ISO classification becomes effective May 1st of this year. I encourage each property owner that has insurance business or residential to contact their insurer. It's not a guarantee that it will decrease, but if your insurance company uses the ISO rating scale to base your premiums on, it should or could increase or decrease your premiums each year.
And then we're putting together a plan to start tackling it other items that we can improve upon. Is that right?
Absolutely. So they range from very low-hanging fruit, just processes, being a little more present and better documentation in some cases. Some cases are going to be some heavy lifts, some money. Personnel is going to come on board for the next year or so with a new fire station, which should help. A training facility would be a tremendous asset to this department and the ISO rating. But we have already started a deep dive into where we can improve that. And, you know, Vice Mayor, no, you're not come from the athletic world, correct? Did you ever tell anybody you wanted to be number 2?
I don't know. There's some good teams out there. 2's better than 12. But
I
I want to be number 1.
I want to
yes.
know. Come on, man, I set you
Don't
up.
put me on the spot, because I'll tell you the truth.
Absolutely. So, I mean, I consider us being in the top 10 to 11% of the departments in the state of Tennessee a very significant acknowledgement for this city and this department.
When will that come out as far as your ISO? When is that up next?
Typically, they happen every 3 years.
Right.
Now, COVID has disrupted a lot of that in the last 5 years, that pushed things back. Even though we were in 2 or 2.5 years of the COVID, it pushed back things that were to happen 2 years ago. So we're on the back end of that. The last evaluation we had was 2016. We were in ISO 3. Previous to that, my understanding, when we were LaVergne Fire Incorporated, prior to belonging to the city, we were in ISO 5. So we've made incremental improvements through the years. Again, there's money invested, time invested, and a lot of work that got us to this point.
Thank you, sir.
No, thank you.
I got 2 questions. The weather is just about stopped the construction on 283 Old Nashville Highway. Is that going to push back the opening of the station?
I hold my breath talking to the architect and our project manager. We've been 20 plus days without any construction over there because of the rain and the weather. We were on site today, did some evaluations of the soil, looking at exactly how suitable that is for construction. We should have a solid footing to work on, as our study showed, but it's going to take some warm weather and some wind to dry that site out. So we will see some progress in the next weeks working on the sides of the property, back parking lot, front parking lot. So you will start seeing equipment there again, hopefully within the next week.
I know the groundhog the other day, he's seen his shadow, so 6 more weeks.
No, sir. No, sir. It's a significant mud hole without question, but Lord willing, some dry weather and some wind, and we'll start our construction project for sure.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. You see 74 help desk tickets, 553.5 man hours. Not all of that, but a significant amount of that was devoted to repairing some plumbing in the concession stands. The First Ball Complex, we had a freeze back probably a month or so ago when that cold weather came through. So a lot of that was taken up with that. Upcoming events on your thing, on your handout, it says none. Our next event is actually the Easter drive-through, but that's not until April. So we're going to include that on next month's report also. You see our past events, Martin Luther King. If you missed it, I encourage everyone to please go online and watch that. If I had to describe it with one word, it would probably be wow. That was an amazing ceremony. February 4th, this past Saturday, was our father-daughter dance. Incredible turnout. We would like to thank Taylor Farms for their donations. They're always big in helping us at our events, donating stuff for us. You can see the senior past events, breakfast at Hardee's. Some of the upcoming events, their Valentine's dinner and dance. They got several lunch outings planned. Our upcoming meetings, February the 20th, Senior Center at 4:30, Park and Rec at 6, and then the Greenway Advisory at 7. Any questions?
So David, you had a few more people show up this year than last year to the father-daughter dance?
We definitely had a few more, and it was, I don't want to say we were caught off guard, but we were definitely caught off guard. Originally, going into it, We originally thought we would plan for 150. We had 8 last year. So we thought, okay, we'll go ahead and buy for 250 and we'll be eating cupcakes for a couple of weeks. We probably had 400 or 500 people come through there. Wow. The bad thing about that is we want to try to accommodate everybody. So we are going to make plans next year to move that back to the school, and we will plan on 500, and everybody in the city may be eating cupcakes for a month, but we're definitely going to have enough. You know, we debated about, it started at 2 to 4, we debated about 2:30. We knew we were going to run out of supplies. Do we go to the store and play catch up? But at that point, we're never going to catch up, so we just decided to ride it out. Didn't see anybody coming out of the building sad or disheartened about the event. Had good positive feedback. Many of you on this board participated, and we certainly appreciate that. We're glad you guys came out because at one point they were lined up to the softball field concession stand back there. So they were coming out of the woodwork. But that's what we like to see. You know, after last year, we downsized. We were planning, if we had 50 or 60 people, we would have been excited about that. So I know Kathy is definitely thrilled over that turnout.
No,
Any other questions?
It was a nice event.
It was a great event. It got a little crowded, a little warm inside, but we're going to make adjustments for next year. So.
Thank you. I think you did a wonderful job. My family, we all enjoyed ourselves. It was great. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate it. You know, when it first got started, I don't know if this is our 8th year. It started at the multipurpose building. Over the course of 2 or 3 years, we outgrew that, so we moved to the gym. Once COVID hit, our numbers just dwindled. Last year, we had 8, so then we couldn't really justify that big of a space, so we're going to try to build it back up. And I think everybody pushing it out, constant flood on media and social pages really helped us a lot. Handouts to the school definitely helped. So yeah, we're looking forward to next year.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for coming out.
And people that I spoke with, parents were like, next year? And I said, oh, yes, next year it's going to be at the high school, or not at the high school, but at the school gym, and there'll be a whole lot more room. And they're like,
Yeah.
okay, we're looking forward to it for next year.
Yeah, and you know, if you watch social media or even follow those pages, you're going to get a few negative comments here. I would say 98% of those were positive. It's hard to please everybody, but in the long run, that's our goal. We don't want to see a child walk away from any of our events disheartened or not having a good time. So we want to accommodate everybody. So that's definitely our goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the library, Ms. Donna B. Bow.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Alderman, good evening. For the month of January, we saw a trend of our numbers creeping up. We were very, very excited. They creeped up in every category that we have. So that's a good way to start 2023. I wanted to say tonight that the LaVergne Public Library is a repository of diverse printed materials, audio and visual materials for all age. But we are also so much more. We have programs for health and wellness. We provide resources for those. We provide tax preparation free. And it's a space for classroom for continuing education for some of our city departments. And we appreciate that possibility of being so much more. It's been great. We will be a part of BJ's Wholesale's hiring event and orientation they'll be using in our classrooms. So the library is a little bit more than our little golden books and our good old books that you want to check one out and you used to read it, but the color is blue, but you can't remember the title. But we can find it for you. Some of the things that we have going on in February, United Way of Rutherford and Cannon counties, we have VITA, that's our Volunteer Income Tax Assistance. They will be at our library every Friday and Saturday. They began last week, and they'll go through April the 1st. They'll be there from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m., and 1 p.m. is the last appointment. I heard that Friday and Saturday they were there until about 3:30. They make sure that everyone is taken care of. Appointments are preferred, but a limited number of walk-ins will be accepted on availability during the hours of operation. And you can go to www.yourlocaluw.org/VITA to sign up. We have a great event that's going to happen this Saturday. It's called The Stories Behind the Songs. The Hobo Road Band will be there, and it is featuring Chris Mays, Daniel Pierce, and Joe Lawrence. Joe happens to be a part-time staff member with us. So we are really looking forward to this. It will be Saturday, February the 11th, at the library in the gallery where the acoustics are amazing, and it will be from 1 to 2. He gave me a list of the songs. I meant to bring those, and off the top of my head, I can't think of one, but there's some good ones. And what he's going to do is tell the story about why that song came to be. I think it's going to be a very fun event. Changes are coming to Medicaid, which is called TennCare. So beginning in April 2023, for the first time since early 2020, states can terminate people for Medicare that they have determined are no longer eligible. It is important that we get this information out. We do have representatives from Matthew Walker Comprehensive Health Care Center, and they're going to be at the LaVergne Public Library on Thursday, March 16th. They'll be there from the time we open until the time we close, which will be at 7 p.m. And they're going to be there to assist the community with renewals for the Medicaid, also known as TennCare. And this is a free service, and no appointment is necessary. So we're really excited about being able to partner with them to get this important information out, because we all know how important insurance is. Do you have any questions?
The only question I have, Ms. Donna, is there any kind of criteria for the tax thing?
It is. The main criteria is making under $70,000, and also they will not do long forms.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And if they want to get like a reservation, they need to call the library.
No, sir. They need to go to the website, or we have several signs and handouts that have a QR code. QR codes have become my best friend. It's so neat. You take your phone, your smartphone, and you click it, and it takes you directly to the site. It gives you very great information about what appointments are available, just a little bit of information, and you're on an appointment. You're welcome.
Ms. Donna, is the driver's license kiosk back up and running?
It is up and running. That has been a challenge for the past couple of weeks, off and on. So much of a challenge that Homeland Security told me that this is the first time they've had some of those things happen. And I said, it's our library spirits here in the library. But we have a new PC, we have a new hard drive. They came back out, they fixed the camera. It is now accepting the card, it's printing the receipts. These are all things that we have had problems with off and on. But happily, we have been able to serve a lot of people this past week.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Does the kiosk provide a real ID? Or do you have
It does not, right. You have to take certain documents down to the DMV.
Thank you.
But you can renew, duplicate, and several different permits that you could get.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Donna.
You're welcome.
Moving on to the finance report. Ms. Phyllis Rogers, if you'd come forward.
Thought we was done with her.
Now, board, you should all have a copy of the report in your packets, but we want to take a moment and recognize Ms. Phyllis Rogers. I know you had your heart set on a clock, but we went a different route, and this is presented to you in grateful appreciation for over 15 years of hard work, loyalty, and leadership to the city of LaVergne. We hope you enjoy your well-earned rest and relaxation, and you will be missed here.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Next, we have the water treatment plant. Mr. Danny.
Thanks for making me have to follow Phyllis. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, I trust you've had the opportunity to review the water plant's monthly report for the month of January. Do you happen to have any questions?
How are we doing on the items that were out of service as far as like the super pulsator? How are we doing on those at this point?
Everything is back in service with the super pulsator. That was just down for the day for cleaning purposes.
Okay. Does anyone have any other questions?
Just a bunch of green. I love it.
And Danny, if people have questions, concerns, where do they call?
615-793-6536, option 2.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to make a quick comment. Just thank you to Michael of Public Works for doing a great job getting info out to the public regarding any kind of disruption in their water service. That was expressed by our citizens at the last meeting. You've been doing a great job, so thank you.
Moving on to old business, second reading ordinance 2023-01, an ordinance to amend Title 5, Chapter 4 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding purchasing. Need a motion to approve or deny.
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Our second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2023-02, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 28, parcels 10 and 11, consisting of approximately 4.3 acres located at 237 and 245 Cheney Boulevard from an agricultural zoning district to an R3 high-density zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on December 27, 2022. A public hearing was held today at 6:30. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Waldron.
Second for discussion.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Go ahead and open it up, sir.
I apologize for not being here last week. I couldn't talk, so we're going to have to relive this. I don't always go to the meetings, but I watch them. I watch planning, BOZA, I watch them all. And I watch the Planning Commission, and you guys do a lot of hard work, all your planning, all your blueprint reading and all of that, and I appreciate it. But with that said, that doesn't mean that I have to agree or disagree with you. I went out and looked at this property. I've talked with several people here in City Hall. I've talked to other people. It's my understanding that that property out there across the street has been here before and it's been denied for the same thing. And I got a feeling right now is just not a good time for this. Now, they're here tonight. These owners, developers are acquaintances of mine, and I just want them to know that this is not personal. It's business. I don't think it's a good fit out there. I would have loved to have seen this come across as R1, but I think if we vote this in, it's going to open up Pandora's box for that other property.
Any other discussion?
This section's in my neighborhood ever since 1965. I know it's zoned agricultural, but ever since 1965, am I on?
Yes, sir.
It's been a junkyard, a scrapyard. The last 18 years, I've had numerous complaints about the people living on the backside, want it cleaned up. This is a good opportunity to clean it up. It's just 4 acres. And if it's approved and it's built, I'm gonna buy the 2 first units for my grandkids. It's close to the school, it's perfect. If people was talking about 40 acres, 50 acres, but If it's zoned this way, it's gonna be improvement, and I don't think you can find many people in the area that won't be static about it. It's in my neighborhood, it affects me personally. If it was across the town, I might have something to say about it, but this is in my back door, and I'm so for it because it's a move forward. It's cleaning it up, it's gonna be a nice place, and when it's built, I'm gonna buy the 2 first units for my grandkids, that's all.
Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Nay.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
No.
I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-03, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for a portion of tax map 18K, Group A, Parcel 6, consisting of approximately 13.6 acres located near Wheeler Street and Jefferson Pike from an I-1 light industrial zoning district to an I-2 heavy industrial zoning district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on December 27, 2022, and we did have a public hearing on this tonight. I'm going to make a motion to defer this. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderman Waldron.
It's been a second and a first?
Yes, to defer.
I'll agree with it, they have deferred.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-04, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 State Street Aid Fund budget. And this is, as we discussed, an ordinance to amend to allow for paving of Holland Ridge Drive and Bill Stewart Boulevard. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Yeah, buddy.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-05, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Hold on now.
I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Alderman Waldron. Any
Discussion.
Yes, sir.
Bruce, did I misunderstood what you said?
The item specifically in the consent agenda regarding the retreat was removed. This is the budget amendment to allocate funds for a future planning retreat.
Yes.
I didn't misunderstand you. I was not listening.
Any other discussion? Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. First reading passes. Moving on to Resolution 2023-03, a resolution to adopt a social media policy for the City of LaVergne. Need a motion to approve or deny.
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Alderman Waldron. Alderman Waldron. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Resolution passes. Resolution 2023-04, a resolution to amend the city's employee policy regarding the deputy chief. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Number 11, motion to authorize the city to obtain an appraisal for an easement from Piedmont Gas. I'm going to make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second for discussion. Did you get we got a price, Evan?
No, sir, this is what we're going to ask
Well, we
for.
gotta pass it.
Right, yes, sir. We have an offer from Piedmont to pay us, I think, around $17,000, but they couldn't explain where they got that number, so we need to get our own number.
So they couldn't explain. I want to make sure I was reading that right.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they just threw that number out. So this would allow us to do the appraisal to figure out what the value is.
I hate it when I miss a meeting.
Any other discussion? Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. A, we have Board of Zoning Appeals. We've got one term that expired, and that applicant does wish to stay on the board. I will appoint him back to that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, we have Construction Board of Adjustment Appeals. We've got two terms that have expired, and Teresa Hesse would like to remain on this board. I'll make a motion to appoint her back to the Construction Board of Adjustment and Appeals. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Next, we have Economic Development Advisory Committee. We've got one term vacant. We have two applicants. I'm going to appoint Graham Coates to this board. All in favor? Aye. Moving on to the Greenway Advisory Committee, we have got one vacancy and one applicant. I will appoint Jim Hessman to that board. All in favor?
Aye.
That motion passes. And then last but not least, we have got the Library Board. We've got two vacancies. We have got 4 applicants. And I'll make a motion to appoint Leslie Ballard and Lacey Lance. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. Then we've got the mayor and alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Phyllis, good luck on your retirement. We're going to miss you, but one good thing, you have left us in good hands with a great staff. LaVergne has come a long way in with finance since you've been here. And thank you for your service. Appreciate it. I've enjoyed working with you. Another thing, check on the elderly people this crazy weather. Make sure your pets have ample water and shelter. And Lucille's birthday is Saturday, February the 11th, so I'm going to wish her a happy birthday early. And that's all.
Thank you, sir. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I just wanted to announce the LaVergne Rescue Unit will be having its monthly fundraiser, Country Ham Breakfast, this Saturday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. I also wanted to make a comment after last month's brief discussion about Title I, Chapter 4 of the Municipal Code, where Alderman Waldron voiced his 24th request to add to the agenda to discussion, all of which have been removed by the mayor to date. For the general public and those not familiar with the code, the particular item discusses the hire of fire authority, whether that be with the mayor or the city administrator. I thought it was important to revisit Vice Mayor No's comments from last month's meeting. In his example, he had said, you know, Michael, just used for example, has an employee that has a problem with it. He goes to HR goes to Kyle goes to Bruce. They talk back and forth, and by the time anything gets to Mayor Cole, it's a done deal. It's just a matter of putting someone's name on it. By this, suggesting the hire-fire process is decided on and candidates have been vetted prior to the mayor's approval. I was able to review this article a little closer and obtain feedback from our city administrator and HR director. The current protocol only permits the department head, HR director, city administrator, assistant city administrator, and city attorney to review the situation and make a recommendation. It's only then, only the mayor can make the final determination whether an employee is fired and under no obligation to follow the recommendation of the city administration or management. Under no circumstances is a hire-fire considered a done deal when these recommendations reach the mayor. In the years past, this particular authority has gone back and forth with different administrations, and with the extenuating circumstances the city has found themselves in recent months, I'm very concerned about the direction of leadership and the mayor's perception of what strong leadership looks like in our city. I believe it's owed to our community to review these policies and procedures going forward and make considerations for what a checks and balances system with the board of mayor and aldermen would look like in the case of department leadership hire and fire perspective. From my perspective, Mayor Cole has made a number of questionable leadership decisions regarding the hire-fire process, dismissing his own appointments from the Planning Commission, making questionable alderman appointments, surpassing several qualified and experienced candidates that could have been used as an asset to our city. Aside from internal charges that led to his termination, the former Chief Davis was promoted from sergeant to chief, skipping 2 levels of command after being promoted by Mayor Cole. It eludes me to believe that skipping 2 levels in chain of command, that somebody's qualified for this type of leadership position. Not to be interpreted for an excuse for his misconduct, but now it's been made quite clear that he lacked authority, leadership, and understanding of the importance of his role, and was unqualified for the position to begin with. It was revealed through the city's investigation. I find it extremely alarming that there's been a cultivation of an environment within the city that permits misinformation, deception, and lies without any sort of accountability. And those individuals genuinely believe this type of behavior was permissible and they would not be disciplined. Part of the internal charges against the officers who were terminated were for misleading the investigation. Despite the third party's investigators' footnote that claims, quote, "We are compelled to note a matter not within the direct scope of our investigation, Mayor Cole never misled persons conducting the initial investigation or this investigation," end quote. It baffles me that they could come to this conclusion, giving live audio where Mayor Cole admits he, quote, "told you wrong," and apologizes to Mr. Patton that he, quote, "got it wrong," end quote, as he backtracks his enormous tip from an individual within the city to a quote-unquote secret squirrel and, quote, "somebody outside the city," end quote. The investigators are also quick to cite that elected officials are not bound by the city's employment policies. But at what point do we hold our elected officials to the same moral and ethical standards of our city employees? I find it disturbing that our very own mayor would choose to cower away from an opportunity to openly provide information that would allow our city employees to effectively do their jobs, and that he would compromise the integrity of this investigation while making a conscious decision not to stand up for what's morally and ethically right for our community in this time of crisis. I would like for the recorder to make a note for the record that I requested Title I, Chapter 4 of the Municipal Code to be added to our agenda for discussion, and the mayor has again removed it. Thank you.
Alderwoman Haas.
I'd like to remind everyone about the Universal Sports League, LaVergne softball and baseball signups online right now, and I think there's planning to be up at the baseball fields starting in February on Saturdays. I'll have to check that to make sure. They are online. If you search Universal Sports League, and then there is a link to the LaVergne baseball, softball. There's t-ball all the way up to kid pitch. So sign your kids up, and we're also taking donations for sponsorships to help build up the league. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor No.
I got just enough voice left to say no comment.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, it's been a definitely interesting situation here with the city, and we have taken steps to rectify that and move forward. So I know there's questions whether it's the hire and fire, which is with the mayor, and again, I don't see a reason for changing it. That is something that prior mayors have had, and it's part of our system. So it does go through, while the ordinance says it doesn't have to go through each of those different steps, different people that you named, Alderwoman Hobbs, it does in our system. So I'm sorry if you're not aware of that. Whenever it comes to this city, at least for myself, I know whenever I found out, I immediately got in touch with our HR director and helped move this situation forward and let them do their investigation. And this has been something that's shocking to everybody. But I think that as a city, we should focus on how do we improve things and prevent this sort of thing from happening again, and how do we restore faith to our residents in our police force. I think that's something that we should all be working towards. With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
Welcome, everybody, to the LaVergne Planning Commission, January 31st, 2023 at 6 p.m. regular meeting. We do have a quorum. First item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the December 27th, 2022 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Second item of business, preliminary plat, Mission Hills, sections 1 through 6, 275 lots on 120.71 acres, requested by SEC, property located at 703 Waldron Road, tax map 29, parcel 22.02, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by John M. Gilliand Living Trust. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. Real quick, just two reminders. The Planning Commission workshop for February was moved to Monday, the 13th. So for those of you all who are used to the Tuesday night, it'll be Monday, the 13th at 5:30 in this room. And then the training is Saturday, the 25th of February. And that starts at 8, it runs 8 to 12, and that's up the street at the Planning and Codes Office, Stormwater Building, 5175 Murfreesboro Road. If you have any questions, please call me, and I'll be glad to help with any of that.
Sir.
So this request is for Mission Hills preliminary plat approval. This is sections 1 through 6, and this these phases have 275 lots on roughly 120 acres. So you can see there on the screen, it's the property outlined in blue, and it's a very large wooded tract. And there you see just a little bit closer view. This is I-24 to the north and east. And Woodland Hills is all of these homes here to the north that you see. So that's the neighbor to the north. And then down here to the south is Blair Road, and runs east and west here south of the property. And the zoning map, this property is all zoned R3, which is high-density residential. And also the neighboring property to the south is also zoned the same. And there is industrial to the east, and then R1 zoning to the west. And these are photos taken from Waldron Road. This project's been here a few times throughout the last year, but this is the main entrance off Waldron. There's a gate there. You'll see it in the photos. And primarily, that's the only way that's really visible in and out of this property is from there at Waldron Road. But again, it's heavily wooded, and on the screen now is the plan that shows all of the phases 1 through 6. And this one, the developer will build a new entrance road from Waldron Road that will take you into the development, and then these are the lots to the south of that new road, the single-family lots. And then this large tract to the south of that is will be a multifamily tract that will come through the Planning Commission with a site plan separately from the single-family products. And then this is just deeper into the development. There's some common area that's shown, and there's a closer view of that area. And there's not been any staff comments now for a couple months. They probably could have gone through in December or possibly gotten approval, but I think with the Christmas holiday, they just chose to defer instead of coming to that meeting on the 27th. So there weren't any comments then either, but that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? If none, we will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. And items number 3, 4, 5, and 6 have deferred, correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Item number 7. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Minerva Village. Property located off Sand Hill Road, requested by Womble and Associates. R2 Medium Density Zoning District and R3 High Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is the subdivision acceptance for Minerva Village, and this property is located on Sand Hill Road on the south side. You can see here the location just off to the east is Sand Hill Village, and the Dollar General there at the three-way stop near Dollar General. So anyway, this is off Sand Hill on the south side, and there's a closer view of the property. There is 2 zoning classifications here. The R2 is the lots here that you see arranged up and down the main road is R2, and then there'll be a townhome component, which is R3, and that's on the west side of this development. And here's one of the plans that's been taken out of the plan set from Womble and Associates that shows the lot arrangement. And then this is the final plat for the entire development, phase 1 and 2. This is the final plat for both of those. And I'll turn it over now to Mr. Lyde. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please.
I can take this one. I've been working with a developer on it. They have turned everything in, the as-builts, the irrevocable dedication forms and draft. There is a cash bond on this one, so everything has been taken care of, and it's in order and ready to be accepted.
Very good. Thank you, sir. So on this one, we'll be accepting a motion for favorable or unfavorable recommendation to Mayor and Alderman.
So moved.
We have a motion for
Second.
favorable and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item, item number 8, bonds and letters of credit update, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, everyone should have the updated bond list in front of them. We did receive the one that we was waiting on January 19th, so it's been extended for one year. Everything else is up to date, all the way up to June, so once it gets closer to June, we'll get in contact with them to get that one extended.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments on the bonds? Item number 9, motion to set a public hearing for March 28th, 2023 for a resolution to amend section 4-108.5 of the LaVergne subdivision regulations regarding fee in lieu option for sidewalk construction.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. And final item, questions or comments? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.